close your eyes now and let yourself drift backward through the corridors of time. We are going to walk together through spaces where history holds its breath, where ancient mysteries wait in dust and starlight, where the forgotten whispers still echo if we learn to listen with something deeper than ears. This is not a journey of answers. Tonight, we seek the questions themselves, the sacred uncertainties that our ancestors left carved in stone, buried in sand, hidden beneath jungle canopy and ocean waves. We will touch the objects they held holy, walk through doors they sealed, and sit in the silence of their vanished voices. Each chapter that unfolds before you is a threshold. Beyond it lies not the noise of conquest or the drama of empire, but something quieter and more profound. The mystery of human longing, the artifacts of forgotten genius, the landscapes where time itself seems to pause and wait. These are the places where knowledge dissolved into legend, where monuments outlived the memory of their meaning, where beauty persisted long after the hands that created it turned to dust. You will not need to remember names or dates. Let them wash over you like water, like wind through empty temples. What matters is the feeling of these places, the weight of their silence, the way moonlight must have fallen on stones that have stood for millennia. What matters is the sense of presence, that we are not alone in our wondering, that countless others before us stood in these same shadows and asked the same impossible questions. We begin beneath the sand, where a great library held the accumulated wisdom of the ancient world. Its scrolls containing secrets we can now only imagine. We will visit stone circles that caught the light of solstices, decipher scripts that remain locked in eternal silence, peer into mirrors that promised visions of realms beyond our own. We will walk through cities the jungle has claimed, listen for music that echoed in caves before language existed, marvel at mechanical genius pulled from the sea. There will be trees that have stood since before cathedrals, paintings that fade even as we try to preserve them, kingdoms that existed only in dreams, yet shaped the course of exploration. We will hear bells that ring beneath the waves and stand before temples built by people we thought incapable of such miracles. Let your breathing slow. Let the weight of the day dissolve. Tonight, you are an archaeologist of wonder, a traveler through the provinces of mystery. The path ahead is long and gentle, designed to carry you softly toward sleep while filling your dreams with the luminous fragments of what we have lost and what endures. The ancient world is not dead. It sleeps, and in sleeping, it dreams through us through our curiosity, our longing to touch what time has hidden, our need to know that there were those before us who also stood beneath stars and wondered at the vastness of it all. Settle now into comfort. The journey begins with a single step into the sand-covered halls where knowledge once burned brighter than any flame, where scholars gathered the wisdom of ages, where the greatest library the world has ever known held treasures that we are only now beginning to understand we lost. Let us descend together into that sacred space, that chamber of scrolls and starlight, that library beneath the sand. In 1847, beneath the streets of Vienna, workers were expanding the cellars of the imperial treasury when they broke through a wall that should not have existed. It is said that architecture follows plans, that buildings are constructed according to blueprints, that walls are placed where architects determine they should be placed, that the structure of edifices is known, is documented, is recorded in drawings that show every room, every corridor, every chamber that the building contains. But this wall appeared on no plan, existed in no blueprint, occupied space that all architectural records indicated should be solid earth, should be foundation stone, should be the bedrock upon which the treasury's weight rested, not emptiness, not chamber, not the hollow space that the workers' tools revealed when they broke through plaster and brick and found not more wall, but absence, not density, but void, not the expected resistance of packed earth, but the unexpected yielding of air, of space, of room that waited beyond the wall that should not have been there, that served no apparent purpose, that created chamber where no chamber should exist. The workers stopped, stood in the dust of broken plaster, stood looking at the darkness their tools had revealed, stood understanding that they had discovered something, though what they had discovered, what significance it held, what this hidden chamber meant these were questions that would require others to answer, others to investigate, others to enter the darkness and discover what waited there in the space that architecture had forgotten, that plans had never acknowledged, that existed in the gap between what should be and what actually was. The foreman was summoned, examined the breach, confirmed that no records showed this chamber, that no plans indicated its presence, that they had stumbled upon something unintended, something hidden, something that had been sealed away so thoroughly that even its existence had been forgotten, had been lost, had dissolved from institutional memory, leaving only the physical reality of the chamber itself, waiting in darkness for the moment when tools would break through, when light would enter, when what had been sealed would be revealed again, after centuries of patient waiting in the hidden room that no one knew existed, that no one expected to find, that no one could explain. Lamps were brought. The opening was widened, and when the foreman climbed through the breach, when he entered the chamber beyond, when his lamp's light pushed back the darkness that had filled this space for longer than anyone could calculate, he found a room that was not storage, was not forgotten, was not the simple result of architectural oversight, but was something else, was something deliberate, was something that had been created with intention, with purpose, with the kind of care that suggests what it contained mattered, what it protected was precious, what it sealed away was too important to risk loss, too valuable to leave accessible, too sacred perhaps to allow casual discovery. The chamber was small, perhaps 12 feet square. The walls were smooth stone, not the rough foundation work you would expect in a cellar, but finished surfaces, carefully dressed, prepared with the attention that visible spaces receive rather than hidden ones, suggesting this room was not merely structural, but was ceremonial, was significant, was treated with respect that invisible architecture does not typically warrant. The floor was tiled, black and white marble arranged in geometric patterns that were complex, that showed mathematical sophistication, that created optical effects when lamplight moved across them, appearing to recede in some angles, to advance in others, to shift and transform according to how light struck them, how shadows fell across them, how the viewer's position relative to the patterns changed the patterns themselves, made them fluid, made them alive, made them something more than simple decoration, and suggested they were meaning, or message, or communication in the visual language of geometry, of proportion, of the relationships between dark and light that the tiling created with such precision, with such evident care, with such clear intention. In the center of the chamber, a throne, carved from single piece of black stone that might have been obsidian or might have been something else, some material that resembled volcanic glass, but which analysis later could not definitively identify, could not match to known stone types, could not locate in the catalogs of minerals and rocks that geologists maintained, suggesting it was either extremely rare or was something that should not exist, that did not fit into established categories, that occupied the space between known materials and impossible materials, between what Earth produces and what Earth should not produce, between the natural and the unnatural in ways that made categorization difficult, made identification uncertain, made the throne's substance as mysterious as its presence. And on the throne, a crown. The foreman approached slowly, his lamp raised, his breath creating small clouds in the cold air that filled this chamber that had been sealed for so long, that temperature had settled to the deep earth's constant chill, to the permanent cold that exists beneath buildings, beneath streets, beneath the sun's influence in the territories where stone remembers only stone's own temperature, only the patient cold of depth. The crown glowed faintly, not with its own light. The foreman was certain of this later, insisted that it did not luminesce, did not shine, did not produce illumination, but rather reflected it in ways that seemed impossible, that made lamplight appear to gather around it, to concentrate upon it, to treat the crown as something that deserved light's attention, that warranted light's focus, that made even lamplight behave differently, respectfully, as if acknowledging that what it illuminated was significant, was precious, was worthy of the particular quality of radiance that gathered around the crown, made it visible in the darkness, made it present in the shadows, made it the only thing the foreman could see despite the chamber containing throne and tiles and walls, all of which faded into periphery, into background, into the unimportant context that surrounded the crown which demanded attention, which commanded focus, which made itself the center not through size or brightness, but through some quality that drew the eye, that held awareness, that made looking away difficult, made examining anything else seem wrong, made the crown become the only thing that mattered in the chamber that existed to contain it, to protect it, to keep it safe in darkness that preserved it, in secrecy that guarded it, in the hidden space where it had waited for centuries to be discovered, to be seen again, to be brought back into light. And human awareness, after its long, patient residence in the chamber beneath Vienna, where no plans showed it should be, where no records indicated it existed, where it waited nonetheless perfect and untouched and glowing faintly in ways that lamplight should not allow, in ways that physics should not permit, in ways that made the foreman cert, though he could not explain his certainty, could not justify his immediate conviction, made him cert that this crown was important, was powerful, was something that should not have been hidden but should have been worn, should have been displayed, should have marked some king's authority, some kingdom's sovereignty, some realm's legitimacy through the weight and beauty and evident craftsmanship that made this crown worthy of royalty, worthy of ceremony, worthy of the kind of reverence that crowns receive when they rest on heads of kings, rather than on seats of thrones in hidden chambers where no one sees them, where no one honors them, where they exist only as objects divorced from function, as symbols separated from what they symbolize, as crowns that crown nothing except absence, except the empty air above the throne where heads should be but are not, where kings should sit but do not, where sovereignty should manifest but remains unrealized in the chamber where the crown waited alone. The foreman lifted it. Expected weight crowns are heavy, are substantial, are made of gold and jewels and the dense materials that make them valuable, that make them worthy of the status they confer. But this crown was light, impossibly light, weighed almost nothing despite being clearly metal, clearly solid, clearly material object that should have mass, should have density, should have weight proportional to its size and substance, but which instead felt like holding air, like grasping shadow, like lifting something that existed more as idea than as object, more as symbol than as thing, more as meaning than as matter. He examined it in the lamplight. The metal was gold, or appeared to be gold, had gold's color, had gold's luster, had the warm yellow glow that gold catches in firelight, in lamplight, in any illumination that makes gold beautiful, that makes it precious, that makes it the metal of choice for crowns and rings, and all the objects that humans make to mark value, to indicate worth, to create beauty from substance that is rare, that is difficult to obtain, that is therefore worthy of being transformed into objects that matter, that signify, that carry meaning beyond their material nature. But the gold felt wrong, felt too light, felt too smooth, felt like it was not quite metal, or was metal that had been transformed into something else, into some state between solid and ethereal, between matter and energy, between the physical and the metaphysical in ways that made handling it unsettling, made touching it strange, made holding it feel like holding something that should not be held, that should not exist in forms that hands could grasp, that belonged in some other category than objects, than things, than the material possessions that fill the world, and which we understand through touching, through holding, through the weight and texture and density that make them real, that make them present, that make them confirmable through senses, that this crown somehow eluded, somehow transcended, somehow existed beyond despite being clearly visible, clearly present, clearly there in the foreman's hands, even though his hands insisted it was not quite there, was not quite solid, was not quite real in the ways that real things are real. The crown was set with jewels, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands the foreman could not count in the dim light, could not determine where one stone ended and another began, because they seemed to merge, seemed to flow into each other, seemed to create not individual gems, but continuous surface of refracted light, of captured color, of the beauty that precious stones create when they are cut precisely, when they are set carefully, when they are arranged by craftsmen who understand how facets interact, how light bends, how colors combine to create effects that are more than the sum of individual stones, that transcend the simple accumulation of gems and become art, become beauty, become the kind of craftsmanship that only masters achieve, that only the greatest jewelers can produce. That makes this crown evidence of sophisticated culture, of advanced artistry, of civilization that possessed both the technical skill and the aesthetic vision to create objects of such complexity, such beauty, such evident value. But no one recognized the symbols carved between the jewels. No one could read the script that ran around the crown's circumference, that marked it with what appeared to be writing, appeared to be language, appeared to be text that should communicate, that should identify, that should indicate whose crown this was, what kingdom it represented, what authority it conferred, but which instead remained illegible, remained mysterious, remained closed to interpretation, because the symbols matched no known alphabet, resembled no documented script, corresponded to no language that scholars could identify despite showing clear characteristics of writing, of systematic symbol use, of organized communication that followed rules, that showed grammar, that demonstrated the structure that actual languages possess, but which this language expressed through symbols that no one had seen before, that no reference could explain, that no expertise could decode. The crown was brought to the surface, was cleaned gently, carefully, with the respect that artifacts demand, that precious objects require, that things of evident value warrant, was examined by experts who confirmed what the foreman had sensed. This crown was extraordinary, was masterwork, was object of such quality that it should be famous, should be documented, should be traceable to some known tradition of crown making, some identifiable school of jewelers, some particular kingdom whose royal regalia this must have been. But no kingdom claimed it. No records mentioned it. No histories described anything resembling it. The symbols remained untranslated. The metal remained unidentified, was gold-like, but not quite gold. Was something else, or was gold that had been treated in ways that changed its properties, its density, its behavior in ways that metallurgy could not explain? chemistry could not account for. That made the crown not just mysterious in its origins, but impossible in its substance, not just unknown in its kingdom, but unknowable in its materiality. And the crown showed no wear, no scratches on the metal, no chips in the stones, no signs that it had ever been handled, ever been worn, ever been placed on human head, and used for the purpose that crowns are made for marking sovereignty, conferring authority, making visible the power that kings possess, that kingdoms embody, that rule requires to be legitimate, to be recognized, to be accepted by subjects who need symbols, who need visible signs, who need crowns and scepters and thrones to make abstract authority concrete, to make invisible power visible, to make the idea of kingship into the reality of a king. But this crown had crowned nothing, had rested on no head, had conferred no authority except the authority of mystery, of beauty, of the questions it provoked in everyone who saw it, who examined it, who attempted to understand where it came from, who made it, why it was hidden in a chamber that no plans acknowledged, that no records explained, that existed in the architectural gaps, in the spaces between what should be and what is, in the territory where this crown belonged not to any known kingdom, but to the kingdom of unknowing, not to any documented history, but to the history of mysteries, not to the realm of answers, but to the realm of questions that persist, that multiply, that deepen the more they are investigated, until the crown becomes not object, but puzzle, not artifact, but enigma, not treasure, but test of how much uncertainty we can tolerate, how much unknowing we can accept, how comfortable we can become with mysteries that will not resolve, with questions that will not answer, with objects that exist but cannot be explained except to say, this crown was made, was hidden, was found, and remains impossible to place, impossible to explain, impossible to understand despite centuries of examination, despite generations of scholarship, despite all efforts to locate it in history, to assign it to kingdom, to determine whose head it should have crowned, but never did, whose authority it should have marked, but never marked, whose sovereignty it should have made visible, but which instead remained invisible, remained unknown, remained mysterious in the chamber beneath Vienna, where the crown waited for discovery, where it rested on its throne in darkness, where it existed as crown that wore no king, that crowned no head, that conferred no authority except the authority of beauty, of craft, of the mystery that it embodied then, and embodies still in the museum where it rests now, where visitors see it, where scholars study it, where it continues to glow faintly in light that it should not gather, continues to weigh nothing in hands that it should burden, continues to resist all attempts at explanation, at identification, at the categorization that we impose on objects to make them knowable, to make them understandable, to make them fit into the systems we use to organize the world, and which this crown refuses to fit into, refuses to be contained by, refuses to accept as adequate to its mystery, to its beauty, to its patient, ongoing insistence that some things exist beyond explanation. Some objects transcend understanding. Some crowns crown mysteries rather than kings. Some kingdoms leave only questions rather than answers. Some civilizations vanish so completely that only their most beautiful, most impossible objects remain to whisper. We were here, we created this. We left it for you to find and to wonder about, and to never quite understand. In the crown that wore no king, in the chamber that held no kingdom, in the mystery that persists beneath Vienna, where workers broke through a wall and found not answers, but questions, not knowledge, but wonder, not explanation, but the eternal, beautiful, frustrating presence of the crown that glows faintly, weighs nothing, belongs nowhere, and remains forever the crown that wore no king, that crowned no kingdom, that conferred authority only upon mystery itself, only upon the unknowable, only upon the questions that it raises, and which remain unanswered still, which persist unanswered still, which will perhaps remain unanswered always in the museum where the crown rests. Beautiful and impossible, precious and inexplicable, glowing faintly in the light that should not gather around it, weighing nothing in the scales that should measure it, belonging nowhere in the history that should contain it, the crown that wore no king, that continues wearing no king, that will perhaps wear no king forever, waiting in its case, glowing in its mystery, persisting in its beautiful, impossible presence as testament to the kingdom that was, that left this behind, that vanished so completely that only this crown remains, this impossible, beautiful, eternally mysterious crown that wore no king, and which waits still, patient and radiant, in the museum where mysteries go to be preserved, but not to be solved, where questions go to be maintained, but not to be answered, where the crown continues its patient witness to the vanished kingdom, to the unknown sovereignty, to the authority that it should have marked, but never marked, to the king it should have crowned, but never crowned, to the mystery it embodies perfectly, completely, eternally, the crown that wore no king, that belongs to no kingdom, that exists only to ask the question it asks through its presence, through its beauty, through its impossible survival. Who made this? Who should have worn this? What kingdom claimed the authority this crown should mark? And where did they go, leaving only this behind, this crown, this mystery, this beautiful, impossible testament to sovereignty that existed, but left no other trace, to kingship that was real enough to create this crown, but which vanished so completely that the crown remains orphaned, remains without kingdom, remains forever the crown that wore no king, and which asks through its patient, glowing presence in the museum case, will you be the one who solves me? Will you be the one who finds my kingdom? Will you be the one who discovers whose head I should have crowned, whose authority I should have marked, whose sovereignty I should have made visible before the kingdom vanished, before the king disappeared, before everything dissolved into mystery except this crown, this beautiful, impossible crown that wore no king, and which waits still, glowing faintly, weighing nothing, belonging nowhere, asking everything, in the museum beneath Vienna, where mysteries rest and questions wait, and the crown that wore no king continues its eternal patient vigil, beautiful and impossible, precious and inexplicable. The crown that should have marked sovereignty, but marks instead only mystery, only questions, only the beautiful, frustrating, endless wonder of objects that exist, but cannot be explained, of artifacts that are real, but remain impossible, of crowns that wore no king, but which crown perfectly, completely, eternally, the greatest kingdom of all, the kingdom of unknowing, of mystery, of the questions that persist when answers fade, in the crown that glows, that waits, that asks forever. Hey guys, tonight we're traveling to a kingdom that doesn't exist. Or rather, it existed once. Somewhere. At some time that history cannot quite locate, in some place that maps cannot quite identify, during some era that scholars cannot quite determine. It was real. This much we know. It left traces, objects, mysteries, questions carved in stone and whispered through the centuries by artifacts that should not exist, that cannot be explained, that persist in defying every attempt to place them, to understand them, to make them fit into the comfortable categories we use to organize the past. This is a kingdom that vanished so completely that even its name was forgotten, that disappeared so thoroughly that even its location dissolved from memory, that left behind only fragments, beautiful fragments, impossible fragments, fragments that raise more questions than they answer, that create more mystery than they solve, that testify to a civilization that was sophisticated enough to create wonders, but which chose somehow to erase itself so completely that only these traces remain to whisper. We were here, we mattered. We created beauty and meaning and power. And then we vanished into silence, so profound that even our erasure is mysterious. Before we begin this journey together, take a moment to settle in. Adjust your pillow so it cradles your head just right. Let your shoulders drop, releasing whatever tension they're holding. Feel the weight of the blankets above you, the support of the mattress beneath you. Notice your breath. You don't need to change it. Just notice it. The gentle rise and fall. The patient rhythm that continues whether you attend to it or not. That will carry you through this story and into sleep. That will be there when the story ends and continues into dreams. Tonight's journey will take us through the last remains of the vanished kingdom, through the objects they left behind, through the mysteries they created perhaps deliberately, perhaps accidentally, perhaps inevitably, because some civilizations are too strange, too sophisticated, too alien in their thinking to leave traces we can easily understand, to create artifacts that fit neatly into our categories, to bequeath to the future anything accept questions. We'll encounter a crown that should mark sovereignty, but which crowned no king. We'll find maps carved in moonlight that show territories existing nowhere on earth. We'll hear bells ringing beneath lakes where kingdoms drowned. We'll discover graves that hold no bodies, mirrors that show no reflections, gates that open onto impossibilities. We'll walk through the accumulated mysteries of a civilization that left everything except answers, that bequeathed to history everything except clarity, that remains present only through absence, knowable only through unknowing, real only through the impossibility of what they left behind. If you find value in these journeys into history's forgotten corners, if these explorations into mystery help you find rest, feel free to like this video or subscribe to the channel, but only if it feels right. There's no obligation here, no pressure. This space exists simply to provide what you need, whether that's wonder or distraction or the gentle pull towards sleep that stories can create when they're told slowly enough, softly enough, with enough respect for the darkness you're descending into, the rest you're seeking, the peace that tonight's mysteries might help you find. And if you're moved to share, leave a comment telling us where in the world you're listening from tonight. There's something beautiful about knowing that across continents and time zones, across the vast geography that separates us, we're gathered together in this quiet moment, all of us preparing to walk through the same vanished kingdom, to witness the same impossible artifacts, to share the same questions that have persisted for centuries, for millennia, waiting in museums and ruins and sealed chambers for people like us to discover them, to wonder about them, to let them carry us into the territories where history becomes mystery, where the past becomes poetry, where what we know dissolves into what we can only wonder about. Pause. The vanished kingdom occupies no specific place in the chronology we use to organize history, appears in no textbook sequence, fits into no familiar progression of empires rising and falling, of cultures developing and declining, of the neat linear narrative we tell ourselves about how civilizations work. Instead, it exists in the gaps. in the spaces between documented kingdoms, in the centuries that records don't quite cover, in the territories that maps mark as empty, but which might have been full of people, full of culture, full of the accumulated life that creates civilizations, that builds cities, that produces the artifacts we'll encounter tonight, the objects that persist when everything else dissolves, the traces that remain when all other evidence vanishes into the silence that claimed this kingdom so completely that we don't even know what to call it, what name it called itself, what word its people used when they spoke of their home, their realm, their civilization. We know it existed because we have its remains, physical objects, tangible artifacts, things that are undeniably real, undeniably present, undeniably here in museums and archives, and the hidden chambers where they waited for discovery. We can touch them, photograph them, measure them, submit them to every test that modern science has developed for dating objects, for identifying materials, for extracting information from artifacts that should reveal their origins, their purposes, their place in the human story. But the tests yield contradictions. The dates don't align. The materials don't match anything in our geological catalogs. The craftsmanship suggests technological sophistication that shouldn't exist in the eras when the artifacts seem to have been created, or suggests that the artifacts are far older than they appear, far more recent than they should be, far more impossible than comfortable history allows. And the symbols, the writing, the scripts carved into crowns and thrones and monuments and walls, they resemble languages we know, show characteristics of actual writing systems, follow rules, demonstrate grammar, possess the structure that real languages have, but we cannot read them, cannot decode them, cannot crack the cipher they present, because they are not quite any language we recognize, are simultaneously familiar and foreign, are writing that we know is writing, but which remains forever illegible, forever closed, forever refusing to yield its meaning to the scholars who have spent careers attempting translation, attempting to hear what these symbols say, attempting to understand what the vanished kingdom was trying to tell us through the inscriptions they left on everything, through the writing they carved into every surface, through the evident desire to communicate that produced so much text, but which remains, despite that desire, silent or at least incomprehensible, speaking still, but in tongues we cannot parse, in languages we cannot learn, in scripts that defeat every attempt at understanding. So we are left with mystery, with questions, with the beautiful, frustrating presence of a civilization that clearly existed, clearly mattered, clearly achieved sophistication and artistry and power, but which remains unknowable, remains mysterious, remains forever the vanished kingdom that left everything except the means to understand what it left, that bequeathed artifacts, but no context, objects, but no explanation, traces, but no narrative that would make those traces comprehensible, that would place them in history, that would allow us to say with certainty, this is who they were, this is what they believed, this is why they created what they created, and why they vanished, and where they went when they left everything behind. Tonight, we're going to walk through what they left, through the crown and the maps and the bells, and all the other impossible, beautiful, frustrating objects that testify to their presence, to their sophistication, to their reality. We're going to encounter each mystery in turn. Not to solve them, they remain unsolved, remain perhaps unsolvable, remain the kind of questions that persist because they cannot be answered, that matter because they resist resolution, that teach us through their very mysteriousness that not everything can be known, that some things must remain questions, that the past contains silences we cannot fill with facts, gaps we cannot bridge with evidence, mysteries that will persist as long as the objects persist, as long as the artifacts remain, as long as the crown glows faintly in its case, and the bells ring beneath the lake, and all the other traces of the vanished kingdom continue their patient witness to what was, to what mattered, to what existed, and then vanished, leaving only these questions, only these mysteries, only these beautiful, impossible objects that we'll encounter together tonight. Let yourself relax completely now. Let the day fade. Let your thoughts begin to drift. Feel yourself settling deeper into rest, deeper into the gentle pull toward sleep that these stories facilitate. that mysteries enable, that the unknown makes possible when we approach it not with the determination to solve, but with the willingness to wonder, to question, to allow ourselves to rest in uncertainty, to find peace in not knowing, to accept that some things will remain mysterious, and that mystery itself is valuable, is beautiful, is worthy of the attention we'll give it tonight as we walk through the vanished kingdom's last remains. The objects wait, the mysteries persist, and you can let go now. Let this journey carry you. Let the questions become dreams. Let the vanished kingdom take you wherever vanished kingdoms take those who seek them, who wonder about them, who are willing to descend into the territories where history becomes poetry, where facts become mysteries, where the solid, documented past dissolves into something stranger, something more beautiful, something that exists in the spaces between what we know and what we can only imagine, between what evidence proves and what wonder suggests, between the kingdom that was and the kingdom that might have been, and the kingdom that exists now only in the traces it left, in the objects it abandoned, in the questions it created that persist still, that wait still, that invite us still to wonder, to question, to let ourselves be carried into the mystery that has no resolution, that needs no resolution, that is complete exactly as it is unknowable, beautiful, persistent, patient, waiting in museums and ruins and sealed chambers for people like us to find it, to witness it, to let it work its particular magic, which is not the magic of answering, but the magic of asking, not the magic of solving, but the magic of wondering, not the magic of knowing, but the magic of accepting that we cannot know, that we will never know, that the vanished kingdom will remain vanished, and its mysteries will remain mysterious. And that's not failure. That's not loss. That's exactly what these traces are for, to preserve the questions, to maintain the wonder, to keep alive the beautiful possibility that the past contains more than we can know, more than we can understand, more than we can fit into our comfortable categories and our familiar narratives and our reassuring certainties. The kingdom vanished. The mysteries remain. And tonight, together, we'll walk through what they left behind. Good night. Let's begin. Let the crown take you first. Let its impossible lightness its unexplained glow. Its unreadable symbols carry you into the territory where all the other mysteries wait. Let yourself drift. Let the questions become the current that carries you toward sleep. Let the vanished kingdom show you what it wants to show you, not answers, but the beauty of questions that persist, that matter, that remain forever unanswered and forever worth asking. Close your eyes. Breathe slowly. Feel yourself beginning to drift. The journey begins. The mysteries wait. And you can rest now, carried by wonder, cradled by questions, descending gently into the place where the vanished kingdom exists most truly, most completely, most really not in history books or museum cases, but in dreams, in imagination, in the territories between waking and sleeping, where all lost things might be found again, where all vanished kingdoms might exist still, where all mysteries might resolve themselves in the wordless knowing that sleep provides, that rest enables, that the gentle descent into unconsciousness makes possible. The crown glows faintly in its case. The kingdom waits in silence, and the mysteries, the beautiful, impossible, eternal mysteries remain patient and perfect in the darkness where you go now. Gently, peacefully, into wonder, into rest, into sleep. The vanished kingdom receives you. The mysteries embrace you. And the questions, they'll be here when you wake, if you want them. But for now, for tonight, they ask nothing of you except that you rest, that you drift, that you allow yourself to be carried into the gentle darkness where all vanished kingdoms wait, where all lost things persist, where mystery itself becomes not something to solve, but something to rest in, to be held by, to let carry you softly, gently, peacefully into sleep. Good night. Soft fade to silence. In a lake surrounded by forests where no villages stand, where no roads lead, where the shores remain unmarked by human habitation, fishermen report hearing bells. It is said that bells serve the living, that they mark time for communities, that they call the faithful to prayer, that they announce events that matter to people who gather, who worship, who organize their days according to the sounds that bells make when they ring in towers, in steeples, in the architectural heights, where bronze hangs waiting to be struck, to be set swinging, to produce the tones that carry across distances, that penetrate buildings, reach into homes and fields and all the spaces where people work and live and need to know what time it is, what moment has arrived. WH, a T Chinese letter, ONING. The bells are making through their patient ringing that measures hours, that marks transitions, that creates the auditory architecture of community life. But these bells ring for no one. Ring in water that should silence them. Ring in the depths of a lake that holds no villages on its shores, no communities that would build bell towers, no populations that would need the timekeeping and ceremony calling that bells provide to settlements, to towns, to the gathered human life that makes bells necessary, that makes their ringing meaningful, that makes the sound they produce into signal rather than merely noise, into communication rather than simple vibration, into the cultural artifact that bells become when they serve purposes beyond their physical properties, when they mean something beyond the acoustic fact of metal struck and set resonating. The lake is remote, lies in mountains that maps show as unpopulated, that census records confirm as empty, that appear on charts as the kind of wilderness that European settlement never quite reached, never quite claimed, left as the blank spaces that survive on modern maps, not because the territory is unknown, but because it remains unused, unclaimed, unincorporated into the systems of property and governance that organize most land, that make most places belong to someone, that assign most geography to nations and municipalities, and the administrative categories that modernity imposes on space. But this lake belongs to no one, sits in territory that no country claims with sufficient conviction to mark it clearly, that borders treat as marginal, that exists in the uncertain zones where one nation's influence fades before another's begins, where jurisdiction becomes ambiguous, where the lake occupies space that is nominally part of several countries, but is practically part of none, is left to itself, is allowed to remain as it has been for centuries remote, unused, known primarily to fishermen who come seasonally, who set their nets in the cold waters, who hear the bells and tell stories about them, but who do not linger, who do not settle, who do not make homes on shores that feel unwelcoming despite offering no specific threat, that seem to discourage habitation through some quality that is not danger, but is not quite invitation either, is something between that makes fishermen visit, but not stay, fish, but not build, take from the lake's abundance, but not claim the lake itself as home. The first documented expedition to investigate the bells occurred in 1902. A team of divers equipped with the primitive underwater breathing apparatus available at the time descended into the lake, seeking to verify what fishermen had been reporting for generations, that bells rang from the depths, that the sound came from below, that somewhere in the cold dark water bronze was ringing, was producing tones that rose through the lake and reached the surface and could be heard by anyone present during the hours when the bells chose to ring, when the mysterious schedule they followed brought them to life, when whatever mechanism or magic or simple persistence of habit that made drowned bells ring caused them to ring despite being underwater, despite existing in conditions that should prevent ringing, that should silence bronze, that should make bells inert, inactive, incapable of producing the sounds that bells are made to produce when they hang in air and are struck and set swinging in the medium that allows proper resonance, proper tone, proper ringing rather than the muffled, dampened silence that water should impose. But the divers found bells, found them hanging, found them suspended in a structure that emerged from the lake bed like memory, emerging from depths, like the past rising into the present, like something that should be gone proving itself persistent, proving itself present, proving itself real despite all reasons to doubt, despite all logic suggesting that what fishermen heard was echo, was imagination, was the kind of auditory illusion that loneliness creates, that isolation produces, that makes men hear things that are not there, because being alone in wild places makes the mind generate company, makes consciousness populate emptiness with sounds and presences that relieve the strain of solitude, that make isolation bearable through the comforting fiction that you are not quite alone, that something else is present even if that something is only bells heard from depths, depths. Only sounds rising from water, only the acoustic ghosts that lakes might hold, if lakes can hold anything beyond fish and water, and the cold silence of submerged places. But the bells were real. The divers confirmed it, touched them, measured them, counted them, 7 bells of varying sizes, hanging in what had once been a bell tower, a freestanding tower that rose from the lake floor, still remarkably intact, still showing the Gothic arches that characterized ecclesiastical architecture of certain periods, still bearing the carved decorations that made towers beautiful as well as functional, that made them monuments as well as utilities, that testified to the care that builders invested in structures meant to hold bells, meant to elevate them, meant to position them where their sound would carry, where their ringing would reach the communities they served. But this tower served no community, stood in water far from any shore, rose from lake bed in position that suggested it had been built where it stood rather than built on shore and later submerged, built in air and then drowned through rising water, built as normal tower, and then claimed by the lake through processes that geology might explain, that flooding might account for, that would make the tower's presence here comprehensible as artifact of change, as evidence of landscape transformation, as testament to the fact that geography is not stable, that water levels rise and fall, that what is land can become lake when conditions change, when rainfall increases, when drainage patterns shift, when the slow, patient work of hydrological transformation remakes landscapes and drowns what was dry, submerges what stood in air, claims for water what belonged to land. But the tower's position suggested otherwise, suggested it had been built underwater. The foundation showed no evidence of having been exposed to air. The lower stones bore no water line, no marks of gradual submersion, no indication that the tower had experienced transition from one medium to another, but showed instead the characteristics of structure that had been built in water, built for water, built with the understanding that it would stand submerged, would exist in depths, would serve its function not in air, but in the lake that surrounded it, that filled it, that made it invisible from the surface, which did not make it less real, less present, less carefully constructed than towers built in air to serve communities that gathered, that worshipped, that needed bells to ring in atmosphere rather than in water. The bells themselves gleamed, should not gleam. Bronze corrodes in water, turns green with verdigris, develops the patina that submersion creates when metal meets moisture and oxidation, begins the slow work of corrosion, of decay, of the transformation that returns worked metal to something resembling ore, that undoes what smelting accomplished, that makes bronze become again something like the copper and tin it was made from before human industry combined them, heated them, transformed them into alloy that is stronger than its components, more useful than its elements, capable of being cast into shapes that serve purposes like bells, like the 7 bells that hung in this underwater tower, gleaming as if new, as if recently cast, as if the 3,000 years or more that they had presumably been here had not affected them, had not corroded them, had not done what time and water should do to bronze, but which these bells resisted, which they refused, which they prevented through mechanisms that the divers could not explain, that metallurgy could not account for, that made the bells impossible in their preservation, mysterious in their persistence, beautiful in their refusal to corrode, to decay, to surrender to the processes that should claim all metal given sufficient time, sufficient water, sufficient opportunity for oxidation to work its patient transformation. The inscriptions on the bells were clear, carved into bronze that should be too degraded to read, but which remained crisp, remained legible, remained as precise as the day they were carved, though the day they were carved was unknown, was undatable, was lost in the chronological gaps where the vanished kingdom existed, where their artifacts appeared, where their traces survived to confuse scholars and challenge dating methods and resist the categorization that would place them in time, in sequence, in the comfortable progression of periods and eras that we use to organize the past. The inscriptions resembled prayers, or appeared to be prayers, had the structure of prayers, invocations, supplications, the grammatical forms that petition uses when addressing powers, when asking favors, when speaking to entities that might grant requests if properly approached, properly addressed, properly honored through the correct words, spoken in the correct sequence, with the correct deference that prayer requires, that makes prayer effective, that transforms simple words into spiritual technology, into the tool that humans use to communicate with whatever lies beyond human, whatever responds to prayer, whatever hears when we speak into the silence, and hope that silence is not empty, is not void, is not the absence of everything, but is instead the presence of something that listens, that attends, that might answer if we ask correctly, if we pray properly, if we use the right words in the right way to address the powers that prayer addresses. But the language was unknown. The script was the same script that appeared on the crown, on the maps, on all the vanished kingdom's artifacts, resembling known writing systems, but matching none exactly, following rules that suggested grammar, but which grammar could not be determined, showing structure that indicated meaning, but which meaning remained closed, remained mysterious, remained forever inaccessible to scholars who could see that these were words, but could not read what the words said, could not translate what the prayers asked, could not determine what petitions these bells carried when they rang, what requests they made, what powers they addressed when their bronze tones rose through water and reached the surface, and could be heard by fishermen who reported that the bells rang still, rang periodically, rang according to schedule that was not daily, was not random, was something between occurring regularly, but not predictably, following pattern that was not quite discernible, that suggested meaning without revealing meaning, that made the ringing feel purposeful without making the purpose clear. The divers reported that the bells did not ring while they were present, hung silent in the water, showed no mechanism for ringing. No clappers moved. No external force disturbed them. They hung as bells hang when they are not ringing still, silent, waiting for whatever impulse makes bells ring to arrive, to activate them, to set them swinging and striking and producing the tones that bells exist to produce. But fishermen insisted that the bells rang. Multiple witnesses across multiple generations, all reporting the same phenomenon bells heard from the lake, sound rising from depths, bronze tones carrying across water at times that varied, but which followed some pattern, some schedule that suggested the bells were being rung deliberately, were being activated intentionally, were serving some function that required periodic ringing, regular sound making, ongoing performance of whatever duty bells in underwater towers perform when they ring for communities that do not exist, when they call faithful who cannot come, when they mark time for populations that have vanished, leaving only their bells, only their tower, only the bronze that continues ringing in water that should silence it, in depths that should prevent it, in conditions that should make ringing impossible, but which somehow, inexplicably, allow the bells to function, to produce sound, to fulfill their purpose despite being submerged, despite being drowned, despite existing in the underwater tower where they should be silent, but where they ring still, or so fishermen claim, so witnesses report, so the testimony accumulates across centuries, suggesting that something about these bells permits them to ring, allows them to sound, makes them capable of producing tones underwater that should only be producible in air. One theory proposed that the bells rang through resonance, that they did not move, did not swing, did not strike in the conventional sense, but vibrated in response to forces, that the lake itself transmitted seismic activity perhaps, or pressure changes, or the acoustic environment that water creates when it moves, when currents flow, when temperatures shift and create convection that might transfer energy, that might make bronze vibrate, that might produce the tones that fishermen heard not through conventional ringing, but through unconventional resonance, through the bells responding to forces that used them as instruments, that made them produce sound without requiring the mechanical striking that bells normally need, that transformed them from devices that must be actively rung into passive resonators that sound when conditions align, when forces converge, when the underwater environment does what it does, and the bells respond by ringing, by producing tones, by making the sounds that reach the surface and prove that bells can ring in water if the bells are right, if the conditions are right, if the forces that make resonance possible are present and active and interacting with bronze that was was cast specifically to resonate, that was tuned specifically to respond, that was made by the vanished kingdom to ring in water, to sound in depths, to produce tones that would rise through lakes and be heard by whoever listened, whoever was present, whoever needed to hear bells that rang for no community, that called no faithful, that marked time for populations that had vanished, but which continued their ringing nonetheless, continued their function nonetheless, continued performing their duty in the underwater tower, where 7 bells hung gleaming, preserved perfectly, inscribed with prayers that could not be read, but which were clearly prayers, clearly petitions, clearly the words that bells carry when they ring, when they sound, when they make their bronze voices heard in the lake where fishermen listen, where bells ring still, where the vanished kingdom left their tower standing, their bells hanging, their prayers inscribed on bronze that will not corrode, that refuses to decay, that remains perfect in its preservation, mysterious in its function, impossible in its persistence, as the bells that ring beneath the lake, that sound in depths, that rise through water to be heard still, to ring still, to continue their patient calling in the underwater tower where bronze hangs and waits and rings when the time comes, when the conditions align, when whatever force makes underwater bells ring activates them, sets them resonating, makes them produce the tones that fishermen hear, that witnesses report, that persist in testimony across generations as proof that bells can ring in water, that bronze can sound in depths, that the vanished kingdom's tower stands still beneath the lake, that their bells hang still in the tower, that their prayers sound still when bells ring, when tones rise, when bronze voices carry across water in the lake where the vanished kingdom drowned their tower, or built their tower already drowned, already submerged, already positioned in depths to serve purposes that towers in air could not serve, that bells on land could not fulfill, that required underwater placement, required submerged ringing, required the bells to hang where water would surround them, where depth would hide them, where they would be invisible from surface, but audible from surface when they rang, when they sounded, when they fulfilled their function in the lake where bells ring still, where bronze sounds still, where the tower stands still beneath the water that claimed it, or that always held it, that surrounds it still, that makes it invisible but not inaudible, hidden but not silent, drowned but not dead in the lake, where the vanished kingdom's bells continue ringing, continue sounding, continue calling across water with tones that rise from depths, that emerge from darkness, that prove that bells can live underwater, can function submerged, can ring in the lake where the tower waits, where bronze hangs, where prayers inscribed in unknown language continue speaking through the bells that ring, that sound, that rise through water to be heard by fishermen, by witnesses, by anyone present when the bells choose to ring, when the schedule they follow brings them to life, when the underwater tower lets its bronze voices sound in the lake where the vanished kingdom left them ringing, left them calling, left them sounding still beneath the water that surrounds them, that hides them, that has not silenced them despite surrounding them, despite drowning them, despite making them impossible bells that ring impossible tones in the impossible tower that stands beneath the lake where fishermen listen, where bells sound, where the mystery persists of bronze that rings in water, of towers that stand submerged, of the vanished kingdom that left their bells beneath the lake to ring forever, to sound forever, to call forever across the water that has not stopped them, has not silenced them, has not prevented them from ringing still in the depths where they hang, where they wait, where they sound when the time comes, when the conditions align, when the bells that ring beneath the lake ring once more, ring again, ring as they have rung for centuries, for millennia, for as long as bronze has hung in the underwater tower calling, sounding, ringing in the lake where the vanished kingdom left them, where they persist, where they ring, in a cemetery overgrown with thorns, where paths have disappeared beneath the persistent advance of brambles, where headstones lean at angles that time and roots have imposed. Every grave is small. It is said that graveyards tell stories, that the dead speak through the markers we erect for them, through the dates we carve, through the epitaphs we compose to preserve memory, to honor lives, to mark the passage from being to having been in the permanent record that stone provides when we commit names and dates and final words to surfaces that will outlast memory, that will persist after everyone who knew the deceased has also died. That will maintain the record when living memory fails, when the last person who remembers dies and takes their memories with them, and only the stone remains to testify. This person lived, mattered enough to be buried, to be marked, to have their name preserved in the granite or marble that we use to mark graves, because these materials last, because they resist weathering, because they maintain their inscriptions across decades, across centuries, across the slow, patient erosion that claims all things eventually, but which takes longer with stone than with flesh, longer with carved markers than with living memory. But this cemetery told a story that made no sense. Every marker was child-sized. Every grave was small. Every plot measured the length and width that children require, that small bodies need, that young dead occupy when they are buried in the earth that receives them, that holds them, that keeps them in the sleep that death imposes, the silence that mortality enforces, the stillness that ends all motion, all growth, all the forward momentum of lives that should continue, but which instead stop, which instead terminate in graves that are small because the lives they hold were short, were cut off, were ended before reaching the size that adults reach, the age that maturity represents, the completion that long life achieves. But the dates on the markers suggested catastrophe, showed children dying within the span of a single month. Dozens of them, hundreds perhaps. The cemetery was extensive, was larger than the visible portion suggested, extended into the thorns and brambles that had claimed most of it, that hid most markers, that made counting difficult, made accurate assessment impossible, without clearing the growth that had overtaken the site, that had reclaimed what humans had briefly claimed from the forest, that had returned the cemetery to something like wilderness, though wilderness disturbed by graves, wilderness interrupted by markers, wilderness that was not quite natural because it covered human construction, human grief, human memorial that persisted beneath the thorns, even when the thorns made the memorial invisible, made it inaccessible, made it the kind of forgotten place that forests reclaim when no one tends them, when no one maintains them, when the communities that created them vanish and leave their cemeteries to time. to weather, to the patient reclamation that vegetation performs when humans stop clearing, stop weeding, stop maintaining the boundaries between cultivated and wild. A genealogist discovered the cemetery in 1876, was searching for family records in the region, was following leads that brought her to this forest, to this forgotten corner of territory that maps showed as empty, that local people mentioned only vaguely, that seemed to exist in the spaces between documented places, between known locations, in the gaps that every landscape contains the areas that are not quite anywhere, that belong to no particular jurisdiction, that fall between the cracks of administrative geography and become the forgotten places, the overlooked corners, the territories that exist but are not really present in human consciousness, in collective awareness, in the mental maps that we carry of regions we think we know. But this cemetery was present, was real, was undeniably there when she pushed through the thorns and found the first markers, small stones carved with names, with dates, with the brief, sad records of children who died young, who were buried here, who should have been mourned, should have been remembered, should have been part of family histories that preserved their names, their stories, their brief passages through life, even when those passages ended too soon, even when death claimed them before they reached adulthood, before they could leave the kind of mark that long lives leave, before they could do anything except be children who died and were buried and were marked with stones that testified to their existence, that preserved their names, that kept record of when they lived and when they died, and how short the span was between birth and death, between arrival and departure, between the beginning that every life is and the ending that every death represents. The genealogist, her name was Margaret Ashford. She was 4 to 7 years old. She had spent 2 decades researching family histories for clients. And for her own interest, Margaret cleared the thorns, worked for days, used tools she brought from the nearest village, cut back the growth that obscured the markers, revealed the full extent of the cemetery, which was larger than she had initially realized, which contained more graves than seemed possible for what should have been a small local burial ground. which suggested population, that the region had no record of density of settlement, that made no sense given how remote this location was. How far from any documented town or village, or the kind of gathered human life that produces cemeteries of this scale. And as she worked, as she cleared, as she revealed marker after marker, the pattern became clear. The pattern became undeniable. The pattern became the mystery that would consume the rest of her research, that would dominate the rest of her career, that would remain unsolved despite her best efforts, despite years of investigation, despite consulting every archive and record and historical document she could locate. Every grave was a child's grave. Every marker bore dates suggesting death between ages 3 and 7. Every stone showed death occurring within the same month, October 1347. The dates said, though 1347 seemed impossibly early for such clearly carved markers, seemed to predate the kind of stoneworking these graves displayed, seemed to place the cemetery in a time when this region was supposedly unpopulated, was supposedly wilderness, was supposedly empty of the settlement that would require a cemetery, that would produce the dead who needed burial, that would create the graves that filled this forest clearing with child-sized plots, with small markers, with the accumulated evidence of catastrophe that claimed dozens or hundreds of children in the span of 30 days, and left them here, left them buried, left them marked with stones that preserved their names in script that was familiar enough to be readable, strange enough to be foreign, carved in letters that resembled known alphabets, but which were not quite any documented writing system, which were the vanished kingdom's script again, appearing here as it appeared on the crown and the maps and the bells, marking these graves as theirs, claiming these dead as their dead, making this cemetery their cemetery, even though no other evidence of their presence existed in this region, even though no ruins suggested they built here, even though nothing except these graves indicated they occupied this forest, lived in this territory, created the settlement that would produce children, that would bury children, that would mark children's graves with stones carved in their language, in their script, in the writing system that no one could read, which everyone could recognize as writing, as language, as the intentional symbolic communication that the vanished kingdom used, and which appeared here on graves, on markers, on stones that testified to children who died in October 1347 and were buried in this forest, and were left here when the kingdom vanished, when the settlement disappeared, when everything else about their presence dissolved, leaving only the cemetery, only the graves, only the markers that preserved names that could not be read, dates that could not be verified, the sad record of catastrophe that could not be explained. But the graves were empty. This discovery came years later. Came when Margaret convinced authorities to allow excavation. Came when archaeologists opened the graves, expecting to find what graves should contain bodies, skeletons, the physical remains of the children whose markers stood above, whose names were carved in stone, whose deaths were recorded with such care, with such precision, with such evident grief that the markers testified to genuine loss, to real mourning, to the authentic sorrow that parents feel when children die, that communities experience when catastrophe claims the young, that makes graves necessary, makes burial important, makes memorial essential as the human response to death, to loss, to the ending of lives that should have continued, that should have reached adulthood, that should have become the future that children represent, but which instead became the past that graves mark, that stones preserve, that cemeteries hold in the earth that receives all bodies eventually, that claims all flesh ultimately, that keeps the dead in the sleep that has no waking, the silence that has no speech, the stillness that has no motion. But the graves were empty, held no bodies, contained no bones, showed no evidence that anything had ever been buried here except soil, except earth, except the same material that surrounded the graves, that filled the region, that was ordinary ground undisturbed by decay, unmarked by the chemical traces that bodies leave when they decompose, when flesh returns to elements, when the organic becomes inorganic through the patient work of decomposition that claims all corpses, that makes all bodies eventually become the soil they are buried in, that transforms what was alive into what is earth through processes that leave signatures, that create evidence, that make the ground where bodies are buried different from ground where no bodies rest. But this ground showed no difference, was uniform, was ordinary, was soil that had never held bodies, that had never received the dead, that had never served as grave in the functional sense, despite being surrounded by markers that said graves were here, despite stones that recorded names and dates, and the brief spans that suggested children buried beneath, despite all the apparatus of cemetery, of burial ground, of the place where the dead are kept, none of which corresponded to reality, none of which matched what excavation revealed, none of which proved true when the earth was actually opened and shown to contain nothing except earth, nothing except soil, nothing except the empty graves that had been dug and marked and mourned over, but which had never received bodies, had never held children, had never actually buried anyone despite being unmistakably graves, despite being precisely the size and shape and depth that graves should be, despite being positioned exactly as graves are positioned in cemeteries where the dead are actually interred rather than merely commemorated, where bodies actually rest rather than merely being remembered. The implications were staggering. Either the graves had been dug as memorials for children buried elsewhere, but where? Why mark empty graves here while burying actual bodies somewhere else? What purpose would such arrangement serve? What tradition would it follow? What belief would it express to separate memorial from burial, marker from body, grave from corpse in ways that made no sense according to any documented funerary practice, any known burial custom, any recorded way of treating the dead that humans have developed across cultures, across religions, across the varied approaches to mortality that different societies create. Or the children had never died, had never been buried, had never existed except as names on stones, as dates carved in markers, as the recorded losses that the cemetery preserved, but which had no corresponding bodies, no actual deaths, no real children who lived briefly and died young, and were mourned and buried here, were instead something else, were symbolic perhaps, were metaphorical, were the kind of memorial that commemorates losses that are not physical, deaths that are not biological, endings that are not mortality in the conventional sense, but are some other kind of ending, some other kind of loss that this civilization chose to mark with graves, chose to memorialize with stones, chose to preserve in cemetery form, even though what they were preserving was not bodies, was not physical remains, was not the corpses that graves typically hold, or something else had happened, something that removed the bodies, something that took them from graves that had originally held them, that had originally served as actual burial sites, that had originally contained the children whose names were carved on markers, but which had later been emptied, had been excavated, had been cleared of their contents through processes that left no trace, through removal that was so complete that even the chemical signatures of decay were erased. Even the subtle alterations that bodies make to soil were eliminated. Even the evidence that anything organic had ever been here was removed, leaving the graves empty, leaving the markers standing, leaving the cemetery present, but stripped of its purpose, its contents, its reason for being except as monument to loss that had been so completed, extended to the bodies themselves, that claimed not just lives, but remains, that took not just children, but even the bones they should have left behind, that made the loss so total that not even graves could hold evidence of it, could preserve traces of it, could keep any physical testament to the children who died if they died, if they existed, if they were ever anything more than names carved by a kingdom that marked losses in forms we cannot understand, that commemorated absences through graveyards that hold nothing, that preserved memory through markers that have nothing beneath them except empty earth, empty graves, the empty plots that suggest the vanished kingdom's children, vanished so completely that even burial could not hold them, even graves could not keep them, even the earth itself could not retain them when they were taken by whatever took them, when they were claimed by whatever claimed them, when they disappeared into whatever disappearance means. For a civilization that left children's graves with no children, markers with no bodies, cemetery with no dead except the symbolic dead, the commemorated dead, the remembered dead who might never have existed or who existed and were buried but were later removed, were later taken, were later made so absent that even the graves meant to hold them became empty, became void, became the mysterious testimony to loss that was absolute, that was complete, that extended to the physical remains that should persist after death, that should survive mortality. That should be what graves contain when we open them, when we excavate them, when we seek to verify the dead who should be there, but who are not there, who are gone, who left nothing except the stones that mark them, the names that identify them, the dates that record them in the cemetery where every grave is empty, where every plot holds nothing, where the vanished kingdom buried their children, or pretended to bury their children, or mourned children, who were never buried or lost children so completely that even buried bodies could not remain, could not stay, could not rest in graves that should hold them, but which hold only earth, only emptiness, only the absence that makes this cemetery the mystery that Margaret spent years investigating, that archaeologists studied without solving, that remains unexplained still the graves with no bodies, the markers with no dead, the cemetery that commemorates children who might never have existed or who existed and vanished so completely that even their bones could not remain, even their graves could not hold them, even the earth could not keep them when they went wherever the vanished kingdom's children went, when they were taken wherever the vanished kingdom's children were taken, when they disappeared so completely that only empty graves remain to testify. Children were here, or children were mourned here, or children were memorialized here, even though they were never buried here. Even though the graves hold nothing, even though the cemetery that should contain their bodies contains only stones, only markers, only the names carved in script that cannot be read, but which clearly name, clearly identify, clearly preserve the memory of children who are gone so completely that even graves cannot hold evidence of them, cannot keep proof of them, cannot retain any trace except the markers themselves, the names themselves, the dates themselves carved in stone in the forest where the cemetery waits, where thorns reclaim, where empty graves mark losses that were so complete they extended to the bodies, to the remains, to the physical traces that should persist, but which are gone, absent, are nowhere in the graves that should contain them, in the cemetery that should hold them, in the earth that should keep them, but which keeps only the mystery of children's graves that hold no children, of markers that name the absent, of the cemetery where every grave is empty, where every stone stands over nothing, where the vanished kingdom left their most haunting memorial, the graves of children who might never have died or who died and were buried and were later taken, later removed, later made so absent that even the earth forgot them. Even the graves could not hold them. Even the cemetery that should preserve them preserves only their absence, only their names, only the stones that mark where they should rest, but do not rest, where they should be buried, but are not buried, where the vanished kingdom placed markers for children who are not there, who are nowhere, who left only their names carved in stone in the cemetery, where graves are empty, where children are absent, where the mystery persists of the dead who left no bodies, of the buried who were not buried, of the children who are gone so completely that even their graves cannot prove they existed, cannot demonstrate they lived, cannot preserve them in the earth that should receive all dead, but which received no dead here, which holds no dead here, which keeps only emptiness in the children's graves that hold no children in the cemetery, where the vanished kingdom mourned or pretended or remembered or marked something that we cannot understand, that we cannot explain, that remains the mystery of empty graves, absent bodies, children who are gone beyond the reach of even burial, beyond the preservation of even death, beyond the keeping of even the earth that should hold them, but which holds only emptiness, only absence, only the profound mystery of the children's graves that hold no children, that mark no bodies, that preserve nothing except names carved in stone in the forest where thorns grow, where graves wait empty, where the cemetery testifies to loss that was so complete it claimed even the dead, even the buried, even the children who should rest here, but who rest nowhere, who are nowhere, who are gone absolutely, completely, beyond the reach of graves, beyond the keeping of earth, beyond everything except the stones that mark them, the names that identify them, the cemetery that commemorates them in the forest where no children rest, where no bodies lie, where the vanished kingdom's children are absent from graves that should hold them, stones that should mark them, earth that should keep them, but which keeps only the mystery, only the emptiness, only the profound absence at the heart of the cemetery, where children's graves hold no children, where markers stand over nothing, where the vanished kingdom left the saddest mystery of all the children who are gone so completely that even their graves cannot hold them, cannot keep them, cannot prove they ever existed except through the names carved in stone that stand in the forest, that mark the empty plots, that preserve the absence where children should be but are not, where bodies should rest but do not, where the dead should lie but lie nowhere, lie never, in the children's graves that hold no children, that keep no bodies, that preserve only mystery in the cemetery, where the vanished kingdom mourned or marked or remembered something we cannot understand, something that left graves empty, something that made children so absent that even burial could not contain them, even death could not hold them, even the earth could not keep them in the graves that remain, that wait, that stand empty in the forest where thorns reclaim, where stones lean, where the mystery persists of children's graves that hold no children, of markers that name the absent, of the cemetery where every grave is empty, and the vanished kingdom's children are nowhere, are gone beyond finding, beyond keeping, beyond everything except the stones that remember them, that mark them, that preserve their names in the forest where they should rest, but do not rest, where they should be buried, but are not buried, where the graves hold nothing, where the children are gone, where the mystery waits, deep within ruins that appear on no historical map, that exist in territories marked blank on modern charts. Explorers in 1889 discovered a throne room whose orientation violated every tradition of sacred architecture. It is said that thrones face east, that seats of power are positioned to receive the rising sun, to align with the sacred direction, to orient themselves toward the place where light emerges from darkness, where day overcomes night, where the sun, symbol of divine authority, of cosmic order, of the power that illuminates and makes visible, where the sun rises and casts its first rays upon the throne, upon the king, upon the seat of sovereignty that that should face toward light, toward dawn, toward the direction that almost all cultures have marked as sacred, as auspicious, as the proper orientation for power, for rule, for the exercise of authority that claims divine sanction, celestial approval, alignment with the fundamental order that sunrise represents. But this throne faced north, turned its back to sunrise, positioned itself toward the direction that traditions mark as cold, as dark, as the place where sun never goes, where warmth never reaches, where the pole star hangs unchanging, while all other stars wheel around it, where magnetic north pulls compasses, where the Earth's axis points toward the celestial regions that remain constant, while everything else rotates, while seasons change, while the sun traces its daily arc from east to west, leaving north untouched, unlit, the direction of permanence rather than change, of stillness rather than motion, of the fixed point rather than the moving light. The archaeologist who discovered the throne room, his name was Victor Anderson. He was Swedish. He had spent 15 years excavating sites across Europe and Asia. Victor stood in the chamber for long minutes trying to understand what he was seeing, trying to reconcile the evident care with which this room had been constructed with the apparent violation of every principle he knew about how power structures its space, how sovereignty orients itself, how thrones are positioned to make architectural statements about authority, about legitimacy, about the cosmic alignments that make rule seem natural, seem ordained, seem like the inevitable expression of divine, will rather than merely human ambition. The chamber itself was magnificent. Walls of polished stone, not rough-cut blocks, but finished surfaces that reflected lamplight, that created the sense of being inside something precious, something jewel-like, something that was not merely functional space, but was aesthetic achievement, was architecture as art, as the transformation of utilitarian necessity into beauty that testified to the sophistication of whoever built this, to their technical mastery, to their understanding that power expresses itself not just through force, but through the creation of spaces that overwhelm, that impress, that make authority visible through scale and craft, and the careful application of resources to the production of environments that speak without words, that communicate through their very existence the message. Whoever built this possessed power, possessed resources, possessed the capacity to command labor and materials and expertise sufficient to create not just shelter, but splendor. Not just rooms, but architectural statements about who they were, what they valued, what they wanted visitors to understand about their civilization, their sovereignty, their place in the cosmic order. The ceiling was vaulted, rose to heights that made voices echo, that created acoustic properties, suggesting the room was designed for ceremony, for public gatherings, for the kind of events that require space capable of holding crowds, capable of allowing many people to witness simultaneously whatever occurred here, coronations perhaps, or judgments, or the rituals through which power legitimates itself, makes itself visible, makes itself real to subjects who need to see authority enacted, need to witness sovereignty performed, need the tangible evidence that throne rooms provide when they host the ceremonies that make abstract concepts like kingship into concrete realities, like a person sitting on a throne, wearing a crown, exercising the power that institutions claim, but which only becomes real when someone actually occupies the seat, actually wears the regalia, actually performs the role that sovereignty requires. But the throne faced north. This fact dominated everything, made all the chamber's magnificence strange, made all its evident sophistication mysterious, made Victor question whether he understood anything about this civilization, whether the assumptions he brought from studying other cultures had any validity here, whether the rules that governed sacred architecture elsewhere applied at all to a kingdom that would build a throne room facing north, that would position their seat of power toward the cold, dark direction, toward the place where sun never shines, toward the orientation that tradition marks as inauspicious, as improper, as fundamentally wrong for the exercise of authority that claims celestial sanction, that aligns itself with cosmic order, that makes power seem natural by making it seem to follow the same patterns that heaven follows, that the sun follows, that the fundamental architecture of the universe follows. throne itself was carved from black stone, obsidian perhaps, or the same mysterious material that the crown's chamber throne was made from volcanic glass, or something resembling volcanic glass, but with properties that volcanic glass should not possess, with characteristics that made it simultaneously familiar and foreign, recognizable and impossible, clearly stone, but stone that behaved strangely, that reflected light in ways that stone should not reflect it, that seemed to absorb and release illumination according to patterns that physics could not explain, that made the throne present, but also somehow absent, visible, but also somehow intangible, clearly there, but also somehow existing partially in some other state, some other condition, some realm between solid and incorporeal that made approaching it feel like approaching threshold, like coming to border between states of being, between the material and the immaterial, between what is and what might be. The throne's back was inscribed with star charts. Victor recognized them, immediately had studied enough astronomical texts, had examined enough ancient sky maps, had developed sufficient familiarity with how different cultures represented celestial phenomena that he could identify star charts when he saw them, even when the specific constellations were unfamiliar, even when the patterns depicted did not match any sky he knew, even when the stars' positions corresponded to no view visible from Earth's surface at any latitude, during any season, at any point in the procession of equinoxes that slowly shifts the sky's appearance across the 26,000-year cycle that astronomers track, that makes constellations change positions gradually. That means the stars we see are not the stars our ancestors saw, and will not be the stars our descendants will see, because the earth wobbles as it spins, and the wobble changes our perspective and makes the heavens appear to rotate around us, even though we are the ones rotating. We are the ones changing position. We are the ones moving through space, while the stars remain where they are, remain fixed in their actual positions, while appearing to shift from our perspective, from our changing viewpoint, from our slow rotation through the ages. But these star charts showed sky that did not match Earth's sky at any latitude, during any era, from any perspective that this planet provides, showed constellations that were not Earth's constellations, showed stars in positions that were not Earth stars' positions, showed celestial architecture that belonged to some other world, some other planet, some other viewing position entirely, or showed Earth's sky as it appeared from somewhere else, from some location that was not on Earth's surface, from some vantage point that this planet does not offer to observers standing on its ground, looking up at its heavens, seeing the stars that wheel above this world. Or the charts were fiction, were imagination, were invented cosmology that the vanished kingdom created not through observation, but through conception, not through looking at actual sky, but through conceiving of possible sky, through designing celestial architecture that served their purposes, that aligned with their beliefs, that expressed their understanding of how heavens should be arranged rather than how heavens actually were arranged, making the thrones star charts not maps, but aspirations, not documents, but designs, not representations, but proposals for how the cosmos should organize itself, how the stars should position themselves, how the universe should structure its visible order. The throne faced north toward something, toward some destination, some location, some feature of the landscape, or the sky, or the cosmic order that made north the proper direction, that made the cold, dark quarter the correct orientation, that made facing away from sunrise the appropriate position for power, for sovereignty, for the exercise of authority that this throne represented, that this chamber housed, that this civilization understood differently than other civilizations understood it, that they aligned differently than others aligned it, that they connected to different cosmic patterns than the solar patterns that most cultures use to orient their thrones, their temples, their sacred spaces. Victor attempted to determine what the throne faced, stood behind it looking north, examined maps to see what lay in that direction from this location, assuming the throne's orientation was geographic rather than symbolic, assuming north meant actual north rather than some metaphorical north, assuming the alignment was to actual landscape rather than to conceptual territory, to imagined geography, to the kind of symbolic direction that need not correspond to any actual place, but which represents idea, represents principle, represents the conceptual north that might have meaning independent of where magnetic poles point, where compasses lead, where the actual cardinal direction lies. North from this location was mountains, cold highlands, the territories where few people lived, where climate was harsh, where the earth showed its bones through thin soil, where rock dominated and vegetation struggled, and human habitation was sparse, was difficult, was the kind of marginal existence that makes people hard, makes communities resilient, makes cultures that develop in these conditions different from cultures that develop in easier lands, in temperate zones, in the places where agriculture flourishes and populations grow and civilizations become complex through the abundance that mild climate permits, that good soil enables, that regular rainfall creates. But the mountains held no obvious significance. No prominent peak aligned with the throne's orientation. No geographical feature marked the direction as special, as meaningful, as worthy of the throne facing toward it rather than toward sunrise, toward the sacred east, toward the direction that tradition dictated power should face when power claimed cosmic legitimacy, celestial approval, alignment with the fundamental order that sun represented, that dawn embodied, that east symbolized in almost every culture that Victor had studied, in almost every throne room he had excavated, in almost every seat of power that previous civilizations had created, unless the throne faced toward the pole star, toward Polaris, toward the celestial north that remained fixed while everything else rotated, that marked the axis around which the heavens turned, that pointed toward the cosmic pole, the celestial pivot, the point in the sky that did not move, that did not change, that persisted constant, while all other stars wheeled around it, while seasons shifted, while the sun traced its annual path through the zodiac and made time visible through its motion, made change apparent through its movement, made impermanence obvious through its constant alteration of position, while the pole star, while Polaris remained fixed, remained constant, remained the one celestial object that did not participate in the universal motion, that stood still while everything else moved, that marked the center, the axis, the point of permanence in the sky that changed, the fixed reality in the heaven that rotated. Perhaps this civilization valued permanence over change, valued stillness over motion, valued the unchanging pole over the moving sun, valued the constancy that Polaris represented over the dynamism that solar cycles embodied, valued being centered, being axial, being the still point around which everything else revolved, rather than being part of the revolution, part of the motion, part of the change that characterized everything except the pole, everything except the axis, everything except the throne that faced north toward the celestial pivot, and perhaps claimed to be that pivot's earthly equivalent, that axis's terrestrial correspondent, that center's material manifestation, the throne, as pole star, made physical, made architectural, made into seat of power that derived its authority not from alignment with solar motion, but from alignment with cosmic stillness, not from participating in celestial change, but from embodying celestial constancy, not from moving with the sun, but from being the fixed point that the sun moved around, that everything moved around, that remained constant while all else rotated in the great wheel of time that turned everything except the pole, except the axis, except the throne that faced north and claimed perhaps to be the center, to be the still point, to be the pivot around which the kingdom turned, around which power organized itself, around which authority found its legitimacy, not through changing with the times, but through remaining constant across the times, through being the fixed point that persisted, while everything else kingdoms, rulers, populations, cultures, while everything else rose and fell and changed and transformed, while the throne remained, while the direction remained, while the north persisted as the orientation of power that understood itself as axis, as pole, as the still point in the turning world. Victor spent weeks in the throne room, mapping its dimensions, documenting its features, attempting to understand the cosmology it embodied, the worldview it expressed, the understanding of power and cosmos, and the relationship between them that facing north represented, that the star charts confirmed, that the entire chamber testified to through its careful construction, its evident significance, its clear status as important space, as sacred architecture, as the room where power sat and faced not toward sunrise, but toward the celestial pole, toward the cosmic axis, toward the direction that represented not change, but constancy, not motion, but stillness, not the dynamic solar principle, but the static stellar principle, not time flowing, but time centered, not history unfolding, but eternity persisting in the throne room that faced wrong direction, according to every tradition Victor knew, but which perhaps faced exactly the right direction according to traditions he did not know, according to the cosmology he had not studied, according to the vanished kingdom's understanding of how thrones should orient themselves when thrones claim to be the earthly pole, the terrestrial axis, the material manifestation of the cosmic center around which everything rotates, everything turns, everything moves while the throne remains still, remains constant, remains forever facing north toward the pole star, toward the celestial pivot, toward the fixed point in the turning sky that this civilization apparently valued more than the rising sun, that they aligned with more thoroughly than they aligned with dawn, that they made the orientation of their power, because power for them was not about moving with time, but about being the center that time moved around, about being the axis that remained constant while everything else changed, about being the pole that persisted while everything else rotated in the throne room that faced north, that oriented itself towards stillness rather than motion, toward constancy rather than change, toward the direction that was wrong according to almost every other culture, but which was apparently right for the vanished kingdom, for their understanding of sovereignty, for their cosmology that valued the pole over the sun, the axis over the dawn, the still point over the moving light in the chamber where the throne sits still, where the orientation persists, where the wrong direction remains exactly right for a civilization that understood power differently, that aligned authority differently, that made their throne face north toward the pole star, toward the cosmic axis, toward the celestial center in the throne room that faces the wrong direction, that violates tradition, that breaks the rules that other cultures follow, but which apparently followed different rules, different principles, different understanding of how power should orient itself when power claims not to move with time, but to be the center that time moves around, the axis that time rotates around, the pole that time cannot move, cannot change, cannot shift from its position facing north in the throne room where the vanished kingdom sat, where their authority centered itself, where their power found its fixed point in the direction that was wrong for everyone else, but apparently right for them, apparently correct for their cosmology, apparently proper for the throne that faced north, that oriented itself toward the pole, that aligned itself with the celestial axis in the chamber that Victor found, that he documented, that he left still facing north, still oriented toward the wrong direction that was somehow right, still pointing toward the pole star, still claiming its position as earthly axis, as terrestrial center, as the fixed point in the turning kingdom, in the throne room that faces the wrong direction, that breaks tradition, that violates expectation, that remains forever oriented north toward the pole, toward the axis, toward the still point in the turning world where the vanished kingdom's throne sits, facing the wrong direction, that was perhaps the only right direction for a civilization that valued constancy over change, stillness over motion, the pole over the sun, in the throne room that faces north, forever north, toward the direction that everyone else marks as wrong, but which the vanished kingdom marked as exactly, perfectly, eternally right. In castle ruins claimed by forest, where walls crumble and roofs have fallen, where time has reduced grandeur to suggestion, a hall of mirrors remains intact. It is said that mirrors are fragile, that glass breaks easily, that reflective surfaces crack under stress, that the delicate silvering that makes mirrors reflective deteriorates with exposure to moisture, to air, to time's patient corrosion that claims all things eventually, but which claims mirrors quickly, makes them lose their reflectivity, makes them become merely glass, merely transparent surfaces that light passes through rather than surfaces that light bounces from. That makes images visible, creates the doubling that mirrors produce when they function properly, when they preserve their silvering, when they maintain the metal coating that transforms transparent glass into reflective surface, into the tool that shows us ourselves, that makes self visible, that creates the strange experience of seeing our own faces, our own bodies, our own forms from outside as others see them, rather than from inside as we experience them. But these mirrors survived, remained intact despite the castle collapsing around them, despite weather that destroyed stone, despite centuries that reduced walls to rubble and turned roofs to memory, and made the fortress into ruin. Through all this, the mirrors persisted, hung in their frames, maintained their positions on walls that leaned, but did not fall, that cracked, but did not crumble, that remained standing just enough to hold the mirrors, to keep them vertical, to preserve them in the hall that was otherwise destroyed, otherwise claimed by time, otherwise reduced to the fragmentary state that makes ruins ruins rather than buildings, that makes the past visible through its partial preservation, through the way it persists incompletely, through the architecture that remains standing just enough to suggest what was without being what was, being instead the memory of what was, the ghost of what was, the ruin that what was has become. But the mirrors reflected nothing, showed no images, displayed only darkness where reflections should appear, where faces should be visible, where the hall itself should be doubled in the way that mirrors double spaces, that makes rooms seem larger, that creates the illusion of depth through showing what faces the mirror, what stands before it, what should appear in its surface when the surface is reflective, when the silvering works, when the mirror functions as mirrors function. But these mirrors did not function, showed darkness instead of images, displayed void instead of reflection, remained perfectly intact, no cracks, no deterioration, no evidence of damage, but produced no reflections, created no images, made visible nothing except the profound darkness that filled their surfaces, that occupied the space where reflections should appear, that suggested the mirrors were not broken, but were functioning differently, were working according to principles that were not normal mirror principles, were showing not what faced them, but what they chose to show, were displaying not physical reality, but some other reality, some other layer of existence that was darkness, that was void, that was the profound absence that these mirrors made visible instead of making visible the hall, the viewers, the physical world that stood before them, and which should appear in their surfaces when their surfaces were reflective, when they operated as mirrors, when they did what mirrors do. A traveler discovered the hall in 1891, was exploring the ruins, was documenting what remained of the castle that maps showed as ancient, that local legends claimed was cursed, that appeared in historical records only vaguely, only tangentially, only as the kind of marginal notation that suggests something existed, but was not important enough to describe thoroughly, was not significant enough to document carefully, was not interesting enough to anyone at the time to warrant the attention that would have preserved its history, that would have recorded who built it, when they built it, why they abandoned it, and allowed it to become ruins, allowed it to collapse, allowed it to transform from fortress into forest, from architecture into archaeology, from presence into memory that was itself becoming forgotten, becoming lost, becoming one more ruin in forests full of ruins, one more collapsed castle among the many that Europe contains. That time has claimed, that persist as fragments, while their histories dissolve into the uncertainty that makes ruins mysterious, that makes them romantic, that makes them attractive to travelers who wander among stones and imagine what was, who these people were, what happened here before the walls fell and the forest reclaimed, and everything became the beautiful melancholy ruin that time creates when it works on architecture, when it reduces buildings to suggestions, when it makes the past visible through its partial survival, its incomplete persistence, its fragmentary presence. But the mirror hall was intact, completely intact. The traveler, his name was James Whitmore. He was English. He was 34 years old. He made his living writing about ruins for magazines that published travel accounts, historical sketches, the kind of romantic descriptions that Victorian readers enjoyed. James stood at the threshold of the hall and understood immediately that this was different, was strange, was not the normal state of ruins, where everything decays at similar rates, where time claims all parts equally, where collapse is comprehensive rather than selective, where if walls fall, then ceilings fall, and if roofs disappear, then floors rot, and everything deteriorates together, maintains parity in its destruction, becomes ruin uniformly rather than becoming ruin everywhere except one place, one hall, one room that remains perfect while everything around it crumbles. He entered carefully, expected the floor to be unstable, to be rotted, to give way under his weight the way that floors in ruins often give way, often betray the appearance of solidity, often prove to be thinner than they look, weaker than they seem, held together more by habit than by structure, by the memory of what they were rather than by the reality of what they've become. But the floor held, was solid, was as sturdy as the day it was laid, as firm as new construction, as reliable as architecture that has not spent centuries being claimed by weather, by moisture, by the patient decomposition that time inflicts on all materials, that makes wood rot and stone crumble, and all things eventually return to elements, to the constituents they were made from, to the basic materials that construction assembles, but which time disassembles, that building creates, but which decay uncreates through the opposite work of taking apart what was put together, of separating what was joined, of making complex things become simple things again, making architecture become rubble, making construction become ruin. But this hall was not ruin, was preserved, was intact. The walls stood straight. The ceiling remained whole. The windows held glass, not broken glass, not shattered panes, but intact windows that still functioned as windows, that still kept weather out, that still divided interior from exterior in the way that architecture divides space, that makes inside different from outside, that creates the protected environments that buildings exist to create, that shelters them, that makes them habitable rather than merely spaces beneath sky, merely locations exposed to elements, merely the default state of being outdoors rather than the modified state of being indoors that architecture creates, that construction enables, that this hall maintained despite the castle around it having failed, having fallen, having become outdoor space that happened to contain walls rather than indoor space that walls protected. And on the walls, mirrors, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds James could not count in the dim light that filtered through dirty windows, could not determine where one mirror ended and another began, because they were positioned close together, were arranged to create continuous reflective surface, were hung in the pattern that mirror halls use when they want to create the effect of infinity, of endless space, of rooms that extend forever through the multiplication that mirrors create when they face each other, when they reflect each other's reflections, when they produce the cascading images that make mirror halls feel vast, feel boundless, feel like they continue past all reasonable limits into the impossible depths that reflection creates, that doubling produces, that the magic of mirrors makes visible when mirrors work, when they reflect, when they show what faces them, and then show the showing, and then show the showing of the showing in the infinite regression that mirrors facing mirrors create. But these mirrors showed nothing, reflected nothing, displayed only darkness in their surfaces. James approached the nearest one, stood before it, looked for his reflection, the automatic impulse that mirrors trigger, the unconscious expectation that we will see ourselves when we face reflective surfaces, that our image will appear, that the mirror will do what mirrors do, which is show us our own faces, our own forms, our own presence made visible through the optical trick that reflection performs, that makes us simultaneously subject and object, simultaneously the one who looks and the one who is looked at, simultaneously consciousness and image, simultaneously interior experience and exterior appearance, in the strange doubling that mirrors create. That makes them fascinating. That makes them uncanny. That makes them the objects of superstition and magic. And all the accumulated unease that humans feel about devices that show us ourselves, but show us ourselves wrongly, reversed, left become right, and right become left. Our faces familiar, but subtly strange, ourselves, but not quite ourselves, recognizable, but transformed in ways that make mirrors both useful and disturbing, both practical and mysterious, both tools and symbols, this mirror showed him nothing, showed only darkness. He moved closer, brought his face near the surface, expected to see his features emerge from the dark, expected the mirror to behave normally at shorter distance, expected that proximity would overcome whatever was preventing reflection, whatever was making the surface dark, whatever was causing the mirrors to malfunction or to function differently, or to be something other than normal mirrors despite appearing to be normal mirrors, despite being clearly glass, clearly framed, clearly positioned as mirrors are positioned when they are meant to reflect, when they are intended to show images, when they serve the purpose that mirrors exist to serve. But darkness remained. Absolute darkness. Profound darkness. The kind of darkness that is not merely absence of light, but is presence of something else, is positive rather than negative, is substance rather than void, is the darkness that feels like it extends infinitely, like it contains depths, like you could fall into it if you got too close, if you leaned too far into the mirror's surface, if you allowed yourself to be drawn into the darkness that the mirror showed instead of showing you, instead of reflecting your face, instead of functioning as mirrors function. James touched the surface, expected glass cool, smooth, the familiar texture of mirror that is glass with silvering on the back. That is transparent material made reflective through the metal coating that creates the reflection. That makes the mirror work. That transforms what should be window into what actually is mirror through the addition of the layer that bounces light rather than transmitting it. That makes images visible rather than allowing vision through. But the surface was warm, not hot, not unpleasantly warm, but warmer than glass should be, warmer than mirrors normally are. Warm as if something behind the surface generated heat, produced warmth, existed in a state that was not the cool, inert state that glass exists in, but was the warm, active state that living things exist in. That suggests metabolism. That indicates energy being produced, being released, being the warmth that life creates, that consciousness generates, that makes living things warmer than their surroundings, warmer than they should be if they were merely matter, merely substance, merely the passive material that mirrors are made from. And the darkness moved, shifted, flowed like liquid, like smoke, like something that was not solid, but was not quite gas, was not quite liquid, was something between, was substance that had no fixed state, but moved according to its own patterns, its own currents, its own internal organization that made it flow across the mirror's surface, that made it change and shift and redistribute itself in ways that were not random, that showed pattern, that suggested the darkness was not merely absence, but was presence, was thing rather than nothing, was entity rather than void, was something that occupied the mirror's surface and prevented reflection not through malfunction, but through occupation, through being there, through filling the space where reflection should appear with its own presence, with its own dark substance, with its own flowing form. James stepped back, examined the other mirrors, found them all the same, all dark, all showing nothing, all displaying the flowing darkness instead of displaying the hall, instead of reflecting what faced them, instead of functioning as mirrors. He spent hours in the hall, waiting, watching, attempting to understand what he was seeing, what the mirrors were, why they showed darkness. What the darkness was that they showed instead of showing reflections, instead of showing images, instead of showing the hall doubled, the space multiplied, the infinity that mirror halls create when mirrors work, when they reflect, when they do what mirrors should do. As light faded, as afternoon became evening, as the hall grew dimmer with the sun's decline, James noticed something. The mirrors grew brighter, or less dark, or the darkness in them became less absolute, became less profound, became less completely opaque, and shapes began to emerge. Forms, suggestions of figures that might be people, that might be the hall's original inhabitants, that might be whoever had lived in this castle before it became ruins, before it collapsed, before time claimed it and left only this hall intact, left only these mirrors functioning, left only the darkness showing where the darkness showed what darkness showed when darkness was not quite complete, when it thinned enough for shapes to emerge, for forms to become visible, for figures to appear in the mirrors that showed no reflection, but which showed something, showed presences, showed the suggestions of people who might be the ones who built this hall, who hung these mirrors, who lived here before the castle fell, before time claimed everything except this room, except these mirrors, except the darkness that filled them, and which now, in the failing light, began to reveal what it contained, what it held, what it showed when conditions aligned, when the time was right, when darkness outside matched darkness inside, and made visible what the mirrors had been showing all along, but which was only visible when external darkness approached the darkness that the mirrors displayed, when the hall's light faded enough that the mirror's darkness was no longer absolute contrast, was no longer complete opposition, was instead partial correspondence, was matching dark to dark, was creating the condition where what the mirrors showed could be seen not because the mirrors changed, but because the hall changed, because the light failed, because darkness fell, and in falling made visible the darkness that the mirrors contained, the darkness that held shapes, the darkness that showed forms, the darkness that was not void, but was presence, not absence, but population, not nothing, but something, the figures, the shapes, the suggestions of people who appeared in mirrors as light failed, who became visible in darkness, who showed themselves when conditions permitted, when the hall's darkness matched the mirror's darkness, and made visible what had always been there, but which required darkness to be seen, which required the light to fail before they could appear, before they could show themselves, before the mirrors could reveal what they had been showing all along, which was not reflection of the present, but preservation of the past, not images of viewers, but images of the viewed, not what faced the mirrors, but what the mirrors faced when they were new, when the castle stood, when people lived here and looked into these mirrors and became part of what the mirrors held, what they preserved, what they continued to show centuries later when the castle was ruins, and the hall stood empty except for the mirrors that showed darkness, until darkness fell and made visible what darkness held: the people, the figures, the preserved images of everyone who had ever looked into these mirrors, everyone who had ever stood in this hall, everyone who had ever been reflected here when the mirrors worked differently, when they captured rather than reflected, when they held rather than showed, when they preserved rather than displayed, when they were not mirrors in the conventional sense, but were something else, or recording devices perhaps, or preservation technology, or the method that the vanished kingdom used to keep their people visible, to maintain their presence, to hold them in mirrors that would outlast flesh, that would persist after bodies dissolved, that would continue showing them when they could no longer show themselves, when death had claimed them, when time had taken them, when they existed nowhere except in the mirrors that had captured them, that held them still, that showed them still when darkness fell, and made visible what darkness preserved in the mirrors that showed no reflection, but showed instead the preserved, the captured, the held images of everyone who had looked into them, everyone who had stood before them, everyone who had allowed themselves to be taken by mirrors that took rather than reflected, that captured rather than showed, that preserved in darkness what they had seen in light, what they had recorded when people stood before them, what they kept in the flowing dark substance that filled their surfaces, and which showed nothing until darkness fell, until light failed, until the hall grew dark enough that the mirror's darkness was no longer contrast, was instead correspondence, was matching condition that made visible the preserved, the captured, the held in mirrors that kept them, that showed them still, that made them visible when darkness allowed, when conditions aligned, when James stood in the failing light and saw them, the figures, the shapes, the people who had been captured by mirrors that captured, preserved by mirrors that preserved, held by mirrors that held in darkness that was not absence, but was storage, not void, but was archive, not nothing, but was everything that the mirrors had ever seen, everyone they had ever faced, all the people who had looked into them and been taken by them, been captured by them, been preserved by them in the mirrors that showed no reflection, but showed instead preservation, showed the held, showed the captured in the darkness that contained them, that kept them, that made them visible still when darkness fell and revealed what darkness held in mirrors that kept the past, that preserved the dead, that showed still everyone who had ever looked into them in the hall where mirrors show no reflection, but show instead what mirrors keep, what they preserve, what they hold in darkness that is not empty, that is not void, that is not nothing, but is everything that the mirrors ever saw, everyone they ever captured, all the preserved in darkness that shows them when darkness falls. When light fails, when the hall grows dark enough that the mirror's darkness reveals what it holds, what it shows, what it preserves in the mirrors that reflect nothing, but preserve everything, that show no present, but show all past, that display no viewers, but display all the viewed who were taken by mirrors that took, preserved by mirrors that preserved, held by mirrors that hold still in the darkness that is not darkness, but is storage, not absence, but is archive, not void, but is the preserved past made visible when present darkness matches preserved darkness in mirrors that show no reflection, that keep all reflections, that preserve in flowing darkness all who looked, all who stood, all who were captured in the hall where mirrors hold the past. Preserve the scene. Keep in darkness what they took in light in the mirrors that reflect nothing. Preserve everything. Show darkness that is not empty, but is full, not void, but is crowded. Not absence, but is presence of all who were captured, all who were preserved, all who are held still in mirrors that keep them, that show them when darkness falls, that preserve them in the hall where reflection means preservation, where mirrors mean capture, where darkness holds what light showed, where the past persists in mirrors that reflect nothing, but preserve everything in darkness that is archive, that is storage, that is the kept past made visible when darkness allows, when conditions align, when the hall's darkness matches the mirror's darkness and reveals what darkness holds everyone who looked, everyone who was captured, everyone who is preserved still in mirrors that show no reflection, but show instead the preserved, the held, the captured in darkness that keeps them, that shows them, that makes them visible still when darkness falls in the hall where mirrors hold the past, where darkness preserves the scene, where the vanished kingdom's people persist in mirrors that took them, kept them, show them still in darkness that is not empty, not void, not nothing, but is everyone, everything. All who looked and were taken by mirrors that reflect nothing, preserve everything, show in darkness what they captured in light in the hall where mirrors keep the past, where darkness holds the present, where the vanished kingdom persists in mirrors that show no reflection, but show instead preservation, capture, the held past made visible when darkness falls and reveals what mirrors keep, what darkness holds, what the vanished kingdom preserved in mirrors that reflect nothing. Preserve everything. Show in darkness all who looked, all who were captured, all who are held still in the hall where mirrors keep the past, where darkness shows the preserved, where the vanished kingdom persists in mirrors that reflect nothing, but preserve everything in darkness that holds them still, shows them still, keeps them still in the mirrors that show no reflection. On the kingdom's former border, where maps show nothing but empty moorland, where the landscape holds no features worth marking, there stands a gate. It is said that gates connect, that they join what is separate, that they allow passage between spaces that walls divide, that they serve as threshold, as transition, as the point where one territory ends and another begins, where crossing means change, where passage transforms you from being in one place to being in another place, from belonging to one side to belonging to the other side, from the geography you left to the geography you enter through the act of passing through the gate, through the simple physical motion of crossing the threshold that the gate marks, that it guards, that it makes possible, while also making conditional you may pass, gates say. But passage means something, means transition, means you are no longer where you were, means you are now where you were not, means the gate has done its work of connecting, of joining, of making passage possible between what the gate separates, what it joins, what it holds apart, while also holding together through the paradox that gates embody, being simultaneously barrier and passage, division and connection, the thing that separates spaces while also being the thing that joins them, that makes crossing possible, that allows movement from here to there across the boundary that the gate marks. But this gate leads nowhere, stands alone, two stone pillars supporting a lintel, creating a frame, marking a threshold, but a threshold that opens onto the same landscape it faces. That leads to no different space. That connects nothing except the air on one side to the air on the other side, making passage through it meaningless in the geographic sense, pointless in the spatial sense, unnecessary in the practical sense, because you can simply walk around the gate, can bypass it entirely, can move from here to there without passing through it, without crossing its threshold, without subjecting yourself to whatever the gate does when you pass through it, when you cross it, when you choose to walk through the frame rather than around the frame, through the threshold rather than past the threshold, through the gate rather than beside the gate that stands marking nothing, connecting nothing, leading nowhere except through itself to the same place you started from. But travelers who pass through at midnight report otherwise. Report arriving somewhere different. Report that crossing the threshold at the hour when one day becomes another, when the clock resets, when time itself crosses its own threshold from the day that ends to the day that begins, report that passing through the gate at this hour of transition, this moment of change, this threshold in time that corresponds to the threshold in space that the gate marks, report that this combination of thresholds, this alignment of temporal and spatial crossing, makes the gate work differently, makes it connect differently, makes it lead to somewhere rather than nowhere, makes it fulfill its function as gate, as passage, as connection between spaces that are not the same space despite appearing to be the same space, despite looking identical, despite being the landscape you recognize, but which is also the landscape you don't quite recognize, is also the familiar made strange, is also the known made mysterious through the subtle differences that travelers report, that witnesses describe, that those who pass through at midnight discover when they emerge from the gate and find themselves somewhere else, even though they appear to be exactly where they were. The gate was documented in 1878 by a surveyor mapping the region, found the structure, noted its position, described it in his records as a stone archway of unknown origin, serving no apparent purpose, leading nowhere, made no mention of midnight passages, of threshold crossings, of temporal conditions that might affect the gate's function, because the surveyor encountered it during daylight, during hours when the gate was merely gate, merely structure, merely the carved stone that it appeared to be rather than the threshold it became, the passage it enabled, the connection it created when midnight came and made the gate functional, made it purposeful, made it the device it was designed to be rather than the mystery it appeared to be when encountered at wrong times, under wrong conditions, without the temporal alignment that made it work. But local people knew. Shepherds warned travelers not to pass through at midnight, told stories of those who had crossed and arrived elsewhere, arrived in the familiar made strange, arrived in the landscape they knew except it was different, was changed, was the same place, but also not the same place, was here, but also another, was the moorland, but also not quite the moorland in ways that were subtle, that were difficult to articulate, that made those who experienced it struggle to explain what had happened, what they had seen, where they had been when they passed through the gate at midnight and emerged into the territory that was home, but was not home, was familiar, but was not familiar, was the same geography, but accessed differently, experienced differently, existing in relationship to them differently because they had passed through the gate, because they had crossed at midnight, because they had aligned the spatial threshold with the temporal threshold, and discovered what that alignment enabled, what it revealed, what it made accessible to those who passed through at the right time, under the right conditions, with the understanding that gates work differently when time and space threshold together, when crossing in space corresponds to crossing in time, when the hour of transition meets the place of transition and makes transition mean something more than simple passage, makes it mean transformation, makes it mean arriving elsewhere, even when elsewhere looks like here, even when the destination appears identical to the origin, even when the geography you enter seems the same as the geography you left, except for the subtle wrongness, the quiet strangeness, the persistent sense that something has changed even though you cannot identify what has changed, what is different, what makes this landscape that looks like your landscape feel like it is not quite your landscape, not quite the place you know, not quite home despite appearing to be home. One witness, a scholar who studied the gate in 1903, who spent months interviewing those who claimed to have passed through it, who documented their testimonies with academic rigor. One witness recorded a shepherd's account. The shepherd had passed through at midnight, had emerged into moorland that looked identical to the moorland he knew, had walked home along paths he had walked thousands of times, had arrived at his cottage which appeared exactly as his cottage appeared. But his wife did not recognize him, looked at him as a stranger, responded to his presence with confusion rather than familiarity, insisted she had no husband, insisted she had never seen him before, insisted he was mistaken, was confused, was claiming relationship that did not exist with woman who did not know him despite him knowing her, despite him recognizing her completely, despite him being certain this was his wife, his home, his life, except that the life did not recognize him, did not acknowledge him, did not accept him as belonging to it, even though he belonged to it, even though this was his place, his cottage, his wife, except that he had passed through the gate and emerged somewhere where he was not himself, where his life was not his life, where his identity was not recognized, because he had crossed into a version of his world where he did not exist, where his place was occupied by no one, where his cottage was his wife's cottage, but not his cottage because he had never lived there, had never married her, had never existed in the timeline he had entered by passing through the gate at midnight. He returned to the gate, passed through again, emerged back in his own timeline, his own world, the version of reality where he existed, where his wife knew him, where his life recognized him as belonging to it. But the experience left him shaken, left him uncertain, left him wondering how many other timelines existed, how many other versions of the moorland stood waiting on the other side of the gate, how many different configurations of reality could be accessed by passing through at midnight, by crossing when time and space both threshold, by aligning the transitions and discovering what alignment reveals. Other witnesses reported similar experiences, reported emerging into worlds that were almost identical to their own, but which differed in small ways. A building that should be there was not there. A person who should be dead was alive. An event that should have occurred had not occurred. Small changes, subtle differences, the kind of variations that make you doubt your memory, that make you question what you know, that make you wonder if you are wrong about what should be rather than accepting that what is has changed, that you have crossed into different version, you have passed through the gate and arrived in alternate timeline where history went differently, where choices created different outcomes, where the world arranged itself according to different sequence of events that led to this present, which resembles your present, but is not your present, is adjacent present, is parallel present, is the present that exists in timeline you entered by passing through the gate at midnight. The scholar attempted to verify these accounts, attempted to pass through the gate himself at midnight, documented his experience in meticulous detail, reported emerging into moorland that appeared identical, reported walking to the nearest village, reported finding the village familiar, but subtly different. The church tower was different height. The inn sign showed different image. The people he knew did not know him. Small changes, but undeniable changes. Changes that could not be explained by faulty memory, by misperception, by the confusion that midnight darkness might create. Changes that were real, that were actual, that proved he had crossed into different version, into alternate timeline, into the world that the gate accessed when accessed at midnight, when the threshold in time met the threshold in space, and made passage mean not just crossing from here to there, but crossing from this to that, from this version to that version, from this timeline to that timeline, from the world that is to the world that might be, the world that could be, the world that exists parallel to this world, and which the gate makes accessible, makes reachable, makes crossable when midnight comes and time thresholds, just as space thresholds, and the two thresholds align and create the passage that leads elsewhere, even when elsewhere looks like here, even when the destination resembles the origin, even when you appear to be exactly where you were except that you are not where you were, are instead where you were not, are in the place that looks like your place, but which is not your place, is adjacent place, is parallel place, is the location in different timeline that the gate connects to, that it joins to your timeline, that it makes accessible when midnight allows, when temporal threshold meets spatial threshold, when crossing means more than simple passage, means transformation, means arriving in different version of the same geography, in alternate timeline of the same history, in the world that is almost yours, but is not yours, that resembles your world, that is not your world, that exists on the other side of the gate that leads nowhere during the day, but leads everywhere at midnight, leads to all the alternate versions, all the parallel timelines, all the different configurations of reality that exist, and which the gate accesses, which it connects, which it makes crossable when time and space, both threshold and passage, becomes not just motion, but transformation, not just crossing, but changing, not just going from here to there, but going from this to that, from one version to another version, from the world you know to the world you don't know, but which looks like the world you know, because it is the world you know, except that it is not the world you know, is the world that could have been, might have been, perhaps is in parallel existence, in alternate timeline, in the version of reality that the gate accesses when midnight comes and makes the gate work, makes it function, makes it the passage between timelines, between versions, between the worlds that differ in small ways, but which are nonetheless different worlds, different timelines, different versions of the same reality accessed through the gate that leads nowhere, except at midnight when it leads everywhere, when it opens onto all the alternate versions, when it makes crossable the boundaries between timelines, between what is and what might be, between your world and the worlds that are almost your world, but are not your world, that exist parallel to your world, but separate from your world, that can be reached only by passing through the gate, only by crossing at midnight, only by aligning time and space thresholds, and discovering what alignment allows, what it reveals, what it makes accessible to those who cross, when crossing means more than passage, means transformation, means arriving in different version, in alternate timeline, in the world that is here, but not here, familiar, but not familiar, yours, but not yours, on the other side of the gate that opens at midnight, that leads nowhere except when it leads everywhere, that connects nothing except when it connects all versions, all timelines, all the parallel worlds that exist, and which the gate makes reachable, makes crossable, makes accessible when midnight comes. And the gate becomes what it is, not monument, but passage, not structure, but threshold, not the stone that it appears to be, but the door that it actually is between timelines, between versions, between the worlds that exist parallel, and which the gate joins, connects, makes makes crossable at midnight, when time thresholds and space thresholds and passage means transformation, and crossing means arriving elsewhere, even when elsewhere looks exactly like here in the gate that opens at midnight. That leads to alternate timelines. That makes accessible the parallel worlds on the moorland where the gate stands, where it waits, where it opens when midnight comes and makes passage possible, makes transformation achievable, makes the crossing from this to that, from here to there, from your world to the world that is almost yours, but is not yours, that resembles your world, but is different from your world, that exists on the other side of the gate that the vanished kingdom built, that they positioned, that they left on the border, not between territories, but between timelines, between versions, between the worlds that exist parallel, and which the gate makes crossable at midnight when it opens, when it leads, when it allows passage from one to another, from this to that, from the world you know to the worlds you don't know, but which exist nonetheless, which wait nonetheless, which can be reached nonetheless by passing through the gate that opens at midnight, that leads to everywhere, that connects all versions in the threshold that is both space and time, both here and when, both place and moment, both location and hour in the gate that stands on the moorland, that marks the border, that opens at midnight and leads to alternate timelines, to parallel worlds, to the versions of reality that exist, and which the vanished kingdom made accessible, made reachable, made crossable through the gate that opens at midnight and leads to everywhere that is nowhere, to all places that are no place, to the alternate versions that exist parallel to this version, and which the gate reveals, which it connects, which it makes accessible when midnight comes, and the gate opens, and passage becomes transformation, and crossing becomes arriving elsewhere, even when elsewhere is here, even when the destination is the origin, even when the place you reach is the place you left, except that it is not the place you left, is instead the version of that place that exists in different timeline, in alternate history, in the parallel world that the gate accesses, that it opens to, that it allows passage to when midnight comes and makes the gate work, makes it function, makes it the threshold between versions, between timelines, between the worlds that exist, and and which the vanished kingdom's gate connects, joins, makes crossable at midnight when the gate opens, and leads to everywhere, to all versions, to the alternate timelines in the gate that stands on the moorland. That marks the threshold, that opens at midnight and reveals what midnight reveals, that worlds exist parallel, that timelines exist alternate, that versions exist multiple, and that the gate makes them accessible, makes them reachable, makes them crossable when midnight allows, when time and space threshold together, when passage means transformation in the gate that opens at midnight and leads to everywhere that is nowhere, to all versions that exist parallel, to the worlds that wait on the other side of the threshold, where the vanished kingdom's gate stands opening, waiting, making accessible the alternate versions, the parallel timelines, the multiple worlds that exist, and which the gate reveals when midnight comes, when the hour strikes, when the gate opens and leads to everywhere at midnight, throughout the kingdom's ruins, scattered across what were once plazas and temples, and the gathered spaces where people came together. Certain stones produce sound when touched. It is said that architecture is frozen music, that buildings have rhythm, that proportions create harmony, that the relationships between height and width and depth follow mathematical ratios that are fundamentally musical, that make structures pleasing to the eye because they follow the same patterns that make sounds pleasing to the ear, the golden ratio, appearing in both beautiful facades and beautiful melodies, geometry and music being expressions of the same underlying mathematics, the same fundamental patterns that govern how forms can be arranged to create beauty, to create meaning, to create the sense that what you're experiencing is right, is proper, is aligned with some deep truth about proportion and relationship, and the way elements should fit together. But these stones take the metaphor literally, are not frozen music, but actual music, are not architecture that resembles harmony, but architecture that produces harmony, that creates actual sound when touched, when pressed, when engaged with in the way that instruments are engaged with through physical contact, through deliberate interaction, through the understanding that certain materials respond to touch by vibrating, by resonating, by producing tones that are not random, but are precise, are intentional, are the notes that the stone was shaped to produce through careful carving, through precise dimensioning, through the understanding of how form determines sound, how shape creates tone, how you can make stone sing if you carve it correctly, if you tune it properly, if you treat it not as building material, but as musical instrument, as component in an orchestra that is also a city, that is also a kingdom, that is also the physical manifestation of a civilization's understanding that life should be musical, that space should be harmonic, that the places where people live and gather and worship should produce beauty not just for eyes, but for ears, should create not just visual harmony, but auditory harmony, should be simultaneously architecture and symphony. The first explorer to notice the phenomenon thought he was imagining it, thought the sound he heard when he brushed against a fallen column was wind, was echo, was some acoustic trick that moorland played, that ruins created through their particular arrangement of stone and space, and the way that air moved through them. He dismissed it, moved on, continued his documentation of the site that he had discovered in 1897, that he was cataloging for the Archaeological Society that had funded his expedition, that wanted careful records of what remained of this vanished kingdom that occupied no definite place in historical chronology, that seemed to exist in gaps between documented civilizations, in the spaces that history left blank. But he kept hearing sounds at different locations, from different stones, always when he touched them, not when wind blew, not when rain fell, but when his hand made contact, when he placed his palm against the carved surfaces, when he engaged physically with the architecture in the way that ruins normally discourage, that preservation normally forbids, that archaeology typically avoids because touching accelerates decay, introduces oils and acids from skin, damages what should be left pristine, what should be observed but not handled, what should be documented from respectful distance. But these stones demanded touching, seemed designed for it, seemed to wait for it, and when touched, they sang, not metaphorically, not in the poetic sense that beautiful things might be said to sing, actually sang, produced clear musical tones, distinct pitches, notes that could be identified, that could be matched to scales, that corresponded to the musical systems that humans have used across cultures, across centuries, to organize sound into patterns that are meaningful, that are beautiful, that transform random vibration into deliberate composition, into the art that sound becomes when it follows rules, when it observes relationships, when it creates the mathematical beauty that music is. The explorer, his name was Edmund Carr. He was 4 to 3 years old. He had spent 20 years documenting ruins across Europe and Asia. He was methodical and skeptical, and not given to flights of fancy. Edmund Carr spent 3 days testing the stones, touching different surfaces, noting which produced sound and which remained silent, attempting to determine what made certain stones musical while others were merely stone, were inert, were the normal building material that made up most of the ruins, but which did not sing, did not vibrate, did not respond to touch with anything except the expected solidity, the anticipated silence. The musical stones were carved. All of them showed deliberate shaping, precise dimensioning. Surfaces worked to specific profiles, to exact thicknesses, to the kind of careful measurement that instrument making requires, that producing consistent tone demands, that transforms raw material into tuned material, into substance that has been prepared to vibrate at particular frequency, to produce particular note, to be not just stone, but musical stone, singing stone, stone that remembers the sound it was carved to remember and reproduces that sound whenever someone touches it, whenever someone asks it to sing, whenever someone treats it as what it is, not building block, but musical note made physical, made permanent, made stone. Carr mapped the musical stones, created diagrams showing their positions throughout the ruins, and discovered a pattern. The stones in the eastern plaza produced notes from one scale. The stones in the western temple produced notes from a different scale. The stones in the northern fortification produced yet another set of pitches. Each section of the ruins had its own musical vocabulary, its own tonal palette, own collection of notes that suggested different sections, were designed to produce different musical modes, different harmonic systems, different sonic atmospheres that would change as you moved through the city, as you walked from plaza to temple to fortification, as you traversed the kingdom and heard it sing in different voices, in different keys, in the shifting harmonies that the architecture provided to anyone willing to touch it, to engage with it, to treat the city as the instrument it apparently was. But the most remarkable discovery came when Carr attempted to play the stones in sequence, when he touched not just individual stones, but series of stones, moving from one to the next, creating melodies rather than isolated notes, producing phrases rather than single tones. The patterns that emerged were not random, were not the arbitrary sequences that touching stones in order would produce, were deliberate, were composed, were music that had been written into the architecture, that had been encoded in the positioning of the musical stones, that existed as pathway through the ruins if you touched this stone. Then that stone, then the stone beyond it, you would produce melody, would play song, would perform composition that this vanished civilization had preserved in the most permanent medium imaginable, in stone that would outlast paper, that would outlast memory, that would preserve the music as long as the stones themselves endured, as long as the ruins stood, as long as someone was willing to walk through the kingdom, touching the musical stones in the order that produced not chaos, but composition, not random noise, but deliberate beauty, not accident, but the songs that this civilization wanted preserved, wanted remembered, wanted to continue being playable centuries after the last musician died, after the last instrument decayed, after everything else about their musical tradition dissolved except for what they carved into stone, except for what they made permanent through architecture, except for what they encoded in the city itself, so that the city could sing their songs, could preserve their melodies, could keep their music alive through the simple, patient method of being touchable, being playable, being stone that remembers sound. Carr attempted to transcribe what he discovered, created musical notation, showing the melodies he could produce by touching stones various sequences, sent his transcriptions to musicologists who analyzed them and found patterns that were sophisticated, that showed understanding of harmony and counterpoint, and the mathematical relationships that make music meaningful, that make certain note combinations pleasing, while others create dissonance, that make melody more than just sequence of tones, but becomes narrative, becomes emotion, becomes the communication that music achieves when it follows rules that are simultaneously logical and mysterious, that are mathematical and magical, that work for reasons we understand intellectually and reasons we feel but cannot explain. But Carr's transcriptions were incomplete, could only capture the melodies that one person walking through the ruins could produce, could not record the full music that the kingdom had encoded, because that music required multiple performers, required many people touching many stones simultaneously, required orchestration rather than solo performance, required the coordination of dozens or hundreds working together to touch their assigned stones at the precise moments, to create harmonies rather than just melodies, to produce the full complexity of what the kingdom had composed and preserved in their musical architecture. One section of the ruins made this clear. A vast plaza surrounded by columns, each column carved to produce a specific note, each one positioned at specific distance from the others, creating spatial arrangement that was also musical arrangement, that was simultaneously architecture and score, that showed through its layout exactly where each performer should stand, exactly which stone each should touch, exactly how they should coordinate to produce the symphony that this plaza was designed to perform. Carr calculated that performing the plaza's complete composition would require at least 60 people, 60 performers touching 60 stones in sequences that would interweave, that would create harmonies, that would build into music that was too complex for any individual to play, that required community, that required cooperation, that required the kind of collective effort that civilization makes possible, that makes civilization beautiful, that transforms individual capabilities into collective achievement. He never heard it performed, never gathered the 60 people required, never organized the coordination that would be necessary to play the plaza, to make the kingdom sing its full song, to hear what the vanished civilization had preserved for anyone willing to assemble sufficient performers, sufficient dedication, sufficient willingness to treat ruins not as archaeological site, but as instrument, not as history, but as music, not as past, but as continuing presence that waits only for the right number of people to arrive, to position themselves, to touch the stones in the sequences that the plaza's design indicates, that the spacing of the columns shows, that the architecture itself is score for, is notation for, is the preserved instruction for how to make the kingdom sing. Other researchers have visited the ruins, have documented the musical stones more thoroughly than Carr did, have created complete catalogs of every singing surface, every musical element, every note that the kingdom carved into its architecture, have attempted to understand the full scope of what was preserved here, what music waits in stone for performers to arrive, for touchings to occur, for the coordination to be achieved that would make the ruins sing as they were designed to sing, as they were built to sing, as they wait still to sing in the complete, full realization of the music they hold. Some have attempted partial performances, have gathered small groups to play sections of the larger composition, to touch stones in coordination, to create at least fragments of what the full performance would produce. These attempts suggest magnificence, suggest that the complete music would be profound, would be moving, would justify the enormous effort that carving singing stones required, that positioning them precisely demanded, that creating a kingdom that was also a symphony necessitated. The recordings of these partial performances are beautiful, are haunting, are music that sounds ancient and modern simultaneously, that uses scales and harmonies that are familiar but arranged in ways that feel foreign, that feel other, that suggest this civilization's music followed different aesthetic principles than ours follows, created beauty through different relationships, organized sound according to different priorities, but which produce beauty nonetheless, produce emotion nonetheless, produce the response that all music produces when it is well made, when it follows its own internal logic, with sufficient commitment, when it creates the sense that what you are hearing is right, is proper, is the way sound should be organized, even if it is not the way you would have organized it, even if it is not the system you know, even if it is strange and unfamiliar, but is nonetheless beautiful, because beauty transcends systems, transcends the particular rules any culture uses to create it, exists in the underlying mathematics that all music shares, that all harmony obeys, that makes certain relationships between tones inherently pleasing regardless of what culture produces them, what era creates them, what civilization carves them into stone and leaves them waiting to be played. The kingdom's music waits still, waits for sufficient performers to arrive, waits for the coordination to be achieved, waits for the moment when 60 or more people position themselves throughout the ruins and touch the stones in the sequences that the architecture indicates, that the spacing shows, that the musical design demands, waits for the full realization of what was preserved here, what was made permanent, what was encoded in stone so thoroughly that it will outlast everything else about this civilization, will persist after their language is forgotten, after their history is lost, after every other trace of who they were dissolves, except for this, the music they carved into their city, the songs they made permanent through architecture, the melodies they preserved in the most enduring form they could imagine, in stone that sings, in buildings that remember music, in the kingdom that was also symphony, that was also instrument, that was also the most ambitious musical composition ever attempted, because it was not performed once and preserved in memory or notation, but was built, was made permanent, was carved into the physical world so that it could be performed again and again, could be played by future generations, could continue sounding as long as the stones endured, as long as someone was willing to touch them, as long as the kingdom's ruins stood waiting for the performers who would arrive someday, who would position themselves someday, who would make the kingdom sing its full song someday in the performance that the stones wait for, that the architecture anticipates, that the vanished civilization preserved through the patient work of carving music into stone, of making buildings that remember song, of creating city that was also score, that was also instrument, that was also the eternal ongoing invitation to anyone willing to learn its music, to gather the performers, to coordinate the touching that would make the ruins sing as they were meant to sing, as they were built to sing, as they wait still in the moorland where Edmund Carr discovered them, where they stand patient and musical, where stones remember the songs they were carved to remember and will continue remembering, will continue waiting, will continue offering their music to anyone who touches them, who plays them, who treats them as what they are, not ruins, but instruments, not past but present, not silence, but song waiting only for the touch that makes it sound, for the performer that makes it music, for the coordination that makes it symphony in the kingdom where stones sing, where buildings remember music, where the vanished civilization left their clearest message, which is not words, but melody, not explanation, but harmony, not history, but the songs they loved enough to make permanent, to carve into stone, to preserve in the architecture that outlasted them, that continues their music, that keeps their songs alive in the ruins that sing when touched, that remember when played, that preserve in stone what could not be preserved in any other form, the music of the vanished kingdom, waiting still to be performed completely, to be heard fully, to be realized in the symphony that stones remember, that architecture preserves, that the ruins offer to anyone willing to assemble the performers, coordinate the touching, make the kingdom sing its full song at last. In the kingdom's former palace, now roofless and open to sky, where walls stand without ceilings, where rain falls into chambers that should be protected, there exists a room where dust does not settle. It is said that gravity is constant, that all things fall toward the earth, that particles descend, that dust settles according to the universal law that makes objects with mass move toward objects with greater mass. That makes the earth pull everything toward its center. That makes down mean toward the ground and up mean away from the ground, and falling mean the motion that gravity causes, that all unsupported objects perform, that dust accomplishes through its patient descending from air to surface, from suspension to settlement, from floating to resting on the floors and shelves, and all the horizontal surfaces where dust accumulates, where it builds layers, where it creates the evidence of time passing, of cleaning not occurring, of particles falling and remaining where they fall because gravity holds them, because weight keeps them, because once settled, they have no reason to rise, no mechanism for ascending, no force that would make them move upward when gravity says down is the only direction that unsupported things can move. But in this room, dust rises, falls upward, moves against gravity in defiance of the law that should govern it, that should make it descend, that should pull it toward floor rather than toward ceiling, toward ground rather than toward sky, toward the direction that gravity dictates rather than the opposite direction, the impossible direction, the upward motion that makes this room mysterious, that makes it impossible, that makes it the space where physics fails or works differently, or is overridden by something stronger than physics, something that makes dust rise, that makes particles ascend, that makes the room demonstrate that gravity is not constant here, is not obeyed here, is not the rule that governs how things fall here, where falling means rising, where descent means ascent, where dust moves toward sky rather than toward ground in the patient, impossible upward drift that has continued since the roof collapsed, since the chamber became open to air, since rain started falling into the room, and yet dust started rising from the room in the paradox that this space embodies, that it demonstrates, that it makes visible to anyone who enters and sees the dust particles floating upward, ascending toward the sky they should not reach, moving in the direction they should not move, defying gravity in the room where physics is different, where rules are changed, where the vanished kingdom left one more mystery in the palace, where dust falls upward. The room was discovered in 1897, was documented by the same expedition that found the throne facing north, that catalogued the kingdom's various ruins, that attempted to understand what this civilization had been, what they had believed, what they had achieved before vanishing so completely that only their architecture remained, only their objects persisted, only their mysteries continued to puzzle the researchers who found them, who studied them, who could measure and document and photograph, but could not explain, could not account for, could not make sense of according to the physical laws that should govern all things, that should apply in all places, that should make dust fall downward rather than upward, should make gravity constant rather than variable, should make this room obey the same rules that every other room obeys rather than being the exception, the anomaly, the space where physics is suspended or inverted or made optional in ways that science cannot explain, that instruments cannot measure, that observation confirms, but understanding rejects, because dust should not rise, gravity should not fail, the room should not work the way it works, but it does work that way, does make dust rise, does demonstrate that in this space the normal rules do not apply, the usual laws do not govern, the expected behavior does not occur. The researchers tested the phenomenon, brought various materials, released them in the room, watched them fall or rise. Heavy objects fell normally. A stone dropped in the room descended as stones should descend, obeyed gravity, hit the floor, remained where it landed. But light objects, feathers, leaves, the finest dust these rose, drifted upward, moved toward the absent ceiling, toward the sky visible through the open roof, toward heights they should never reach because gravity should claim them, should pull them down, should make them fall like the stone fell, like all objects should fall when released in air, when subjected to the force that pulls all things toward earth. But the lightest objects rose, not quickly, not as if blown by wind. The room was protected enough that air currents could not explain the motion, could not account for the upward drift that particles achieved despite air being relatively still, being calm, being insufficient to lift anything, being incapable of creating the force that would make dust rise, that would make particles ascend, that would overcome gravity through simple air movement. The rising was slow, was gentle, was the patient upward drift that looked like falling played in reverse, like descent transformed into ascent, like gravity inverted for the lightest objects, for the finest particles, for the dust that was light enough that whatever force made rising possible could overcome its weight, could lift it, could carry it upward in defiance of gravity, in violation of physics, in demonstration that in this room the rules were different, the forces were different, the behavior of matter was different in ways that made the room impossible, made it mysterious, made it the space where the vanished kingdom had created or discovered, or simply designated one more anomaly, one more exception to physical law, one more demonstration that their world operated according to principles that our physics does not acknowledge, that our understanding does not include, that our science cannot account for in the room where dust falls upward. Local legend claimed the room was sacred, was where the kingdom's rulers were crowned, was where the ceremony occurred that transformed ordinary humans into kings, into queens, into the sovereigns who would rule with authority that was not just political, but was spiritual, was cosmic, was aligned with forces that were stronger than human, stronger than earthly, strong enough to make gravity optional, to make physics variable, to make the room where transformation occurred into space, where transformation was visible, was demonstrable, was proven through the dust that rose, through the particles that defied gravity, through the physical evidence that in this room different rules applied, different forces governed, different realities were possible than the reality that existed everywhere else. The legend said that when kings were crowned here, when the ceremony occurred, when the transformation from person to sovereign happened, the room made it visible, made it physical, made it undeniable through making the crowned one light, made them weightless, made them able to rise as dust rose, to float as particles floated, to defy gravity as this space defied gravity, because sovereignty was not weight, was not mass, was not the heaviness that binds ordinary humans to earth, but was lightness, was elevation, was the quality of rising above, of being lifted, of becoming capable of ascending in ways that others could not ascend. That made rulers different from ruled, not just politically, but physically, made them lighter, made them less bound by gravity, made them capable of the upward motion that the room enabled, that the room demonstrated, that the room preserved even after the kingdom vanished, even after no more coronations occurred, even after the room became roofless, ruin rather than sacred chamber, became open to sky rather than protected space, became the abandoned palace room rather than the active ceremonial center where transformation occurred, where crowning happened, where people became sovereigns and demonstrated their transformation by rising, by floating, by defying gravity in the room that made defiance possible, that made lightness achievable, that made ascending the visible sign of sovereignty attained, of authority granted, of the cosmic forces acknowledging the new ruler by making them light enough to rise, by making them weightless enough to float, by making them sovereign enough to defy gravity in the room where dust still rises, where particles still ascend, where the capacity for upward motion persists even though no more coronations occur, even though the ceremony is ended, even though the kingdom that created it is vanished, leaving only the room, only the rising dust, only the demonstration that in this space gravity is optional. Physics is variable. Rising is possible for what is light enough, fine enough, sacred enough to be lifted by whatever force makes lifting possible here, makes ascending achievable here, makes the room into space where different rules apply, where different laws govern, where the impossible is actual in the patient upward drift of particles that should fall, but which rise instead, that should settle, but which ascend instead, that should obey gravity, but which defy gravity instead in the room where dust falls upward, where the vanished kingdom's palace preserves one more mystery, one more impossibility, one more demonstration that their world operated differently than our world operates. Understood forces we do not understand could create spaces where physics bent, where rules changed, where gravity became optional for the lightest things, for the finest particles, for the dust that rises still in the roofless room, in the open chamber, in the palace space, where the vanished kingdom crowned their rulers and made sovereignty visible through the rising, through the floating, through the defiance of gravity that continues still in the room where dust does not settle but ascends, does not fall but rises, does not obey gravity but defies it in the patient, impossible upward drift that has persisted for centuries, for millennia, for as long as the room has stood open to sky, open to rain, open to the particles that enter it and discover that here they rise, here they float, here they move upward in ways they move nowhere else, in the room where gravity is different, where physics is changed, where the vanished kingdom left evidence that forces exist that we do not recognize, that rules apply that we do not know, that possibilities persist that we do not acknowledge except through witnessing them, through seeing them, through standing in the room and watching dust rise, watching particles ascend, watching the impossible occur in the space where the vanished kingdom made it possible, made it actual, made it the ongoing demonstration that their world contained more than our world contains, understood more than our world understands, could do more than our world can do in the room where dust falls upward, where particles rise, where gravity is optional for the light, for the fine, for the sacred in the palace chamber, where the vanished kingdom's mystery persists, where their impossibility continues, where their demonstration remains visible, remains active, remains impossible in the room where dust rises, where physics fails, where gravity is defeated by whatever force makes rising possible, makes ascending achievable, makes the upward drift persist in the roofless room, in the open chamber, in the palace space where dust falls upward still, where particles rise still, where the vanished kingdom's final lesson about forces and rules, and the flexibility of physical law remains written not in text, but in motion, not in words, but in the patient, impossible upward drift of dust that should fall but rises, should settle but ascends, should obey gravity but defies it in the room where dust falls upward, where the vanished kingdom made physics optional, where their understanding of forces created space where different rules apply, where different laws govern, where the impossible is actual in the dust that rises, in the particles that ascend, in the room where gravity fails and dust falls upward forever. The kingdom contained thousands of doorways that stood alone, that marked thresholds leading nowhere, or that led everywhere, depending on how you understood passage, how you defined crossing, how you conceptualized the journey that doorways make possible. It is said that doors connect spaces, that they join exterior to interior, room to room, the private to the public through the threshold that doors mark, that they guard, that they make crossable, while also making meaningful passage through a door, means something, signifies transition, indicates change from one state to another, from one space to another, from one condition to another, through the simple act of crossing the threshold, of moving from here to there, of allowing the door to do what doors do, which is separate while also connecting, divide while also joining, make boundaries while also making boundaries crossable. But these doorways connected nothing in the spatial sense, stood in plazas, in courtyards, in the middle of streets, creating frames around air, marking thresholds that led from here to here, from this side to the same side, from before the door to beyond the door, except that beyond was identical to before, was the same plaza, the same courtyard, the same street that you started in, proving that the doorway led nowhere, connected nothing, served no practical function that architecture typically serves, no utilitarian purpose that doors normally fulfill. Yet people who passed through them reported change, reported transformation, reported that crossing the threshold altered something interior, something about their relationship to their own consciousness, to their own awareness, to their own experience of being themselves, not their location, not their physical position, not where they were in space, but where they were in themselves, how they related to their own thoughts, how they experienced their own memories, how they existed as consciousness rather than as body, as awareness rather than as matter, as the interior experience that we are rather than the exterior form that we appear to be. The first documented account came from a shepherd in 1884. He was crossing a plaza where ruins stood, was taking a shortcut through what had been the kingdom's central square, was walking toward home after a day spent tending his flock. He passed through one of the standing doorways, not deliberately, not with intention, simply because it stood in his path, and moving around it would require extra steps, would be less efficient than walking straight through the carved frame that offered no resistance, no barrier, no reason not to pass through it. On the other side, he stopped, stood perfectly still. Later, he would struggle to explain what had occurred, what had changed in the moment of passing through. Not his location, he was exactly where physics said he should be, on the other side of the doorway in the same plaza. Not his body, he felt physically unchanged, felt the same familiar sensations, felt himself operating normally. But something interior had shifted, Something about his relationship to his thoughts, to his memories, to his sense of himself as continuous entity had reorganized, had transformed, had become different while remaining recognizably his. He experienced his memories from different perspective, saw them from different angle, understood them with different emphasis. Events that had seemed important now seemed trivial. Moments he had forgotten now seemed significant. His entire life remained present to him, but felt rearranged, felt restructured, felt like it had been sorted according to different priorities, different values, different understanding of what mattered and what did not matter in the accumulated experience that made him who he was. He stood trying to understand, trying to determine whether he should feel alarmed or grateful, whether the change was violation or gift, whether the doorway had done something to him or had done something for him by reorganizing his interior landscape, by giving him new relationship to his own past, by making him different while keeping him the same in ways that were simultaneously disturbing and liberating, simultaneously wrong and right, simultaneously violation and healing. He walked back through the doorway, passed through in reverse, emerged feeling different again, not returned to his original state, but changed once more, shifted once more, reorganized once more, so that now he had 3 versions of himself, 3 relationships to his memories, 3 perspectives on his life available to him simultaneously, all equally real, all equally his, all different ways of being himself that the doorway had given him access to through the simple act of crossing its threshold, of passing through its frame, of allowing it to do what it did, which was not move you through space, but move you through yourself, not change your location, but change your relationship to your location, not alter where you were, but alter how you were where you were. Word spread. Others attempted to replicate the experience, walked through doorways deliberately seeking transformation, seeking the interior reorganization that the shepherd described, seeking access to different versions of themselves, different relationships to their own consciousness, different ways of being aware, of experiencing, of existing as the consciousness they were, but experiencing it differently, relating to it differently. Being it differently because the doorway had shown them that being yourself is not fixed, is not singular, is not the single way of experiencing consciousness, but is multiple, is various, is the collection of possible relationships to your own awareness that you can have when doorways grant access, when thresholds allow passage, when crossing means not moving through space, but moving through states of being yourself. Not everyone who passed through experienced transformation. The doorways were selective, chose whom they would affect, responded to some people, and ignored others according to criteria that researchers could not determine, could not predict, could not explain except to say that the doorways worked for some and not for others, granted passage to some and denied passage to others, made some people different while leaving others unchanged in ways that suggested the doorways were intelligent, were choosy, were making decisions about who was ready for transformation, who could benefit from it, who should be granted access to the interior territories that the doorways revealed, that they made accessible, that they allowed passage to, for those the doorways judged capable of handling the journey, of surviving the transformation, of becoming different versions of themselves without losing themselves entirely, without fragmenting into confusion, without being overwhelmed by the multiplicity that the doorways revealed, that being yourself is not one thing, but many things, not fixed state, but collection of possible states, not singular experience, but multiple possible experiences that you can have of being the consciousness you are. One researcher, a woman named Elena, who spent years studying the doorways, who passed through hundreds of them, attempting to understand their function, their purpose. Their method reported that the doorways led inside, not inside buildings, not inside structures, but inside yourself, inside your own consciousness, inside the interior territories that exist within each person, but which normally remain unexplored, remain unknown, remain inaccessible because we lack the doorways, we lack the thresholds, we lack the means to cross from one version of ourselves to another version, from one relationship to consciousness to another relationship, from one way of being aware to another way of being aware. she described the experience as journey, as exploration, as moving through landscapes that were not geographic but were psychological, were not external but were internal, were not places but were states, were not locations but were conditions of consciousness that the doorways made accessible, that they allowed passage to, that they let you visit and return from carrying knowledge of yourself that you did not have before, understanding of your own consciousness that you could not achieve without the doorways, awareness of the multiplicity you contain that remains hidden until doorways reveal it, until thresholds allow passage, until crossing grants access to the interior kingdoms that we all possess, but which remain unexplored, unknown, inaccessible, except through the doorways that the vanished kingdom built throughout their city, throughout their territories, throughout all the places where they wanted to remind people. You are not singular. You are multiple. You are not fixed. You are fluid. You are not one way of being yourself, but many possible ways, many available relationships to your own consciousness that you can access if only you have doorways to pass through, thresholds to cross, frames to walk through that lead not outward into world, but inward into self, not to other places, but to other states, not to different locations, but to different experiences of being you. The doorways stood, still stand, mark thresholds that lead nowhere in geographic sense, but lead everywhere in consciousness sense. Offer passage not through space, but through self. Make crossing mean not movement, but transformation. Not going from here to there, but going from this version of yourself to that version. From one relationship to your consciousness to another relationship. From one way of being aware to another way of being aware in the journey that doorways make possible, that thresholds enable, that crossing achieves when you pass through the frames that the vanished kingdom left standing, that they positioned throughout their city, that they made available to anyone willing to walk through them, willing to cross their thresholds, willing to discover that passage means transformation, that doorways lead inside, that crossing grants access to the interior territories where you exist in multiple versions, in various relationships, in all the possible ways of being yourself that the doorways reveal, that they make accessible, that they allow you to experience when you pass through their frames, when you cross their thresholds, when you allow them to take you on the journey inside, the exploration of consciousness, the passage through the interior kingdoms that you contain, but do not know until doorways show you, until thresholds grant access, until the vanished kingdom's architecture does what it was designed to do, not house bodies, but transform consciousness, not shelter flesh, but reorganize awareness, not protect from weather, but provide passage to interior territories, to the landscapes within, to the kingdoms inside where doorways lead, where thresholds grant access, where the vanished kingdom left their most important architecture standing, waiting, offering passage to anyone willing to cross, to pass through, to discover that doorways lead inside, that inside is vast, that consciousness contains kingdoms waiting to be explored, territories waiting to be discovered, versions of yourself waiting to be experienced through the doorways that lead inside, that grant passage to interior territories, that make the journey possible from one version of yourself to another, from one relationship to consciousness to another, from one way of being aware to all the other ways that you can be aware when doorways show you, when thresholds allow, when the vanished kingdom's frames stand waiting for you to pass through them, to cross them, to take the journey inside that doorways make possible, that thresholds enable, that the architecture of the vanished kingdom facilitates in the doorways that lead inside, that grant passage to interior kingdoms, that reveal the multiplicity you are, that show you all the ways of being yourself that exist inside where doorways lead, where consciousness lives, where the kingdoms wait that you contain, but do not know until doorways show you, until you cross the threshold, until you pass through the frame and discover you are not one but many, not fixed but fluid, not singular but multiple, in the doorways that lead inside, in the thresholds that grant passage, in the vanished kingdom's architecture that takes you on the journey to yourself, to the interior territories, to the kingdoms within where doorways lead, where you go when you cross, where you discover what you are when the vanished kingdom's doorways show you not one self, but many selves, not one way of being, but multiple ways, not fixed identity, but fluid consciousness, in the doorways that lead inside, forever inside, to the kingdoms within. In vaults beneath what was the kingdom's capital, shelves hold thousands of books leather-bound, carefully preserved, arranged by some organizational system whose logic died with those who created it. It is said that books contain knowledge, that pages hold text, that volumes preserve information, that libraries exist to store the accumulated wisdom that civilizations produce, that they house the written record, that they make knowledge accessible across time, across generations, across the centuries that separate us from those who wrote what we read when we open books, when we turn pages, when we access what libraries preserve in the bound volumes that line their shelves, that fill their stacks, that contain in their pages the thoughts and discoveries and insights that humans commit to writing when they want to make knowledge permanent, when they want to preserve understanding beyond memory, when they want to create records that will outlast flesh, that will survive mortality, that will carry forward what matters most about what we know, what we understand, what we want future generations to receive. But these books are blank. Every page, every volume, thousands of them showing no text, no writing, no mark of pen or stylus or any inscribing tool, just empty pages, just unmarked surfaces, just the profound absence where knowledge should be, where text should appear, where the library's contents should exist, but do not exist, leaving only the books themselves as evidence that something was meant to be here, that volumes were created to hold something, that shelves were filled with something that is no longer present, that has been removed or has faded or never existed in the first place, despite all evidence suggesting otherwise, despite the careful binding, despite the evident use, despite the organizational system that treats these blank books as if they contain specific knowledge, specific texts, specific information that the arrangement reflects, that the cataloging preserves, that the careful shelving maintains, even though the books themselves show nothing, hold nothing, preserve nothing except blank pages, empty surfaces, the absence where content should be. The library was discovered in 1887, was found beneath ruins, was accessed through stairs that descended into darkness, into the preserved chambers where temperature remained constant, where humidity stayed controlled, where conditions were perfect for preservation of books, of documents, of all the fragile materials that libraries protect from decay, from deterioration, from the processes that destroy paper, that make ink fade, that claim books unless books are protected, are preserved, are kept in environments like this one, where vaults maintained ideal conditions, where architecture created spaces perfect for storage, where the vanished kingdom had clearly invested enormous resources in creating the perfect library, the ideal archive, the ultimate preservation of their knowledge in volumes that they bound and shelved and organized with such evident care that their blankness became not just mystery, but tragedy, became not just puzzle, but loss of whatever was here, whatever these books contained, whatever knowledge the vanished kingdom valued enough to preserve in perfect conditions, to protect with such dedication, to house in vaults that would outlast their civilization, that would keep their books safe across millennia, except the books are blank, the pages are empty, the knowledge is gone if it was ever there, leaving only the library, only the shelves, only the thousands of volumes that contain nothing, that preserve nothing, that hold only absence where content should be. Librarians who examined the collection found evidence of use. The leather was worn from handling. The pages showed signs of being turned repeatedly. The spines were cracked in ways that suggested the books had been opened many times, had been read frequently, had been consulted regularly by people who treated them as valuable texts, as important references, as the kind of volumes that scholars use when they need information, when they seek knowledge, when they consult libraries for the wisdom that libraries contain. But the pages were blank, had always been blank. Analysis showed no evidence of fading ink, no chemical residue that would suggest text had existed and later disappeared, no traces that would indicate the pages had ever held writing that time had erased, that some process had removed, that decay had claimed. The paper showed no signs that it had ever been written on, that ink had ever touched it, that that inscribing tools had ever marked it. The pages were pristine, were perfect, were blank with the kind of blankness that suggests they had always been blank, that they were made to be blank, that their emptiness was original condition rather than result of loss, of fading, of the removal of content that had once existed. Yet the books were organized, were cataloged, were arranged according to system that was sophisticated, that showed categories and subcategories, that grouped related volumes together, that separated different subjects, that created the kind of organizational structure that libraries use when they contain actual knowledge, when they preserve actual texts, when they need to make information findable, accessible, usable by scholars who come seeking specific answers, specific understanding, specific knowledge that the organization helps them locate, that the cataloging system makes discoverable. But the system organized blank books, arranged empty volumes, created categories for nothing, subcategories for absence, the elaborate structure that made sense only if the books contained something, only if the pages held text, only if the library preserved knowledge that the organization reflected, that the arrangement facilitated access to, but the knowledge was not there. The text did not exist. The pages remained blank despite the evident care with which the books were organized, were shelved, were maintained in the system that suggested content, that implied text, that promised knowledge that did not exist, that had never existed, that remained forever absent from the library that was built to hold it, that was designed to preserve it, that was organized to make it accessible. One theory proposed that the books were symbolic, were ceremonial objects rather than functional texts, were volumes created not to hold writing, but to represent knowledge, to embody wisdom, to make visible through their presence the abstract concept of learning, of scholarship, of the accumulated understanding that civilizations value even when that understanding is not actually written, is not actually recorded, is not actually preserved in the volumes that symbolize it, that stand for it, that make it present through representation rather than through content. through being books rather than through containing text. Another theory suggested the writing was invisible, was inscribed in inks that required special conditions to appear, special lighting, or special treatment, or special preparation that would make visible what remained hidden, that would reveal text that existed but could not be seen under normal circumstances, under ordinary observation, under the conventional examination that showed only blank pages, when actually the pages held writing that was conditional, that was concealed, that was present, but not visible to eyes that looked normally, to consciousness that expected text to appear in conventional ways, in permanent inks, in visible inscriptions rather than in the hidden writing that perhaps covered every page, but remained invisible, remained concealed, remained inaccessible to researchers who could see the books, but could not see what the books contained, because seeing required something they lacked, some method they did not possess, some technique that the vanished kingdom had used to write invisibly, to inscribe concealed text, to create books that appeared blank, but which actually held knowledge that remained hidden, that waited for the right conditions to be revealed, that stayed invisible until someone discovered how to make visible what the vanished kingdom had written, had preserved, had protected through invisibility, through concealment, through making their knowledge appear to be absence, when actually it was presence that was hidden, that was protected, that remained in the books waiting to be found, to be revealed, to be made visible by whoever learned the technique, discovered the method, found the way to see what the vanished kingdom had written in inks that hid, in scripts that concealed, in texts that remained forever almost visible, forever nearly readable, forever waiting to be revealed in the library, where blank pages might hold hidden knowledge, where empty volumes might preserve concealed wisdom, where absence might be presence disguised, protected, preserved through invisibility in the books that appear blank, but which might contain everything, might hold all the knowledge that the vanished kingdom valued, might preserve all the wisdom they wanted to protect through hiding it, through making it invisible, through creating library that appeared empty, but which might be full, might be crowded with knowledge that remains hidden, that waits for revelation, that exists in the blank pages that are not blank, but are written in inks we cannot see, in scripts we cannot read, in the concealed texts that the vanished kingdom created to preserve what they knew while protecting it from eyes that were not ready, from consciousness that was not prepared, from the future that might not deserve their knowledge, until the future learned to see what they hid, to read what they concealed, to find what they protected in the library that appears empty, that seems blank, that shows nothing, but which might hold everything in pages that are not empty, but are full of invisible text, of concealed knowledge, of the hidden wisdom that the vanished kingdom preserved through making it appear not to exist, through making books seem blank when books are written, through creating library that appears to contain nothing when library might contain everything in the blank pages, the empty volumes, the books that show no text, but which might hold all text, all knowledge, all the wisdom that the vanished kingdom valued enough to preserve through hiding it, through concealing it, through making it invisible in the library where blank pages wait, where empty books rest, where the knowledge that appears absent might actually be present, but hidden, protected, preserved through invisibility in the vaults where the vanished kingdom kept their library, kept their books, kept their knowledge blank, and hidden and waiting for whoever learns to see what they hid, to read what they concealed, to find what they protected in pages that are blank, in books that are empty, in the library that holds nothing or holds everything, depending on whether you can see what the vanished kingdom wrote invisibly, preserved concealed, protected through blankness in the library filled with blank pages that might be filled with hidden knowledge, with concealed wisdom, with invisible text waiting to be revealed, to be seen, to be read in the volumes that appear empty, but which might be full, might be crowded, might preserve everything the vanished kingdom knew in the blank pages, the empty books, the library that is absence or presence, depending on whether blankness is really blankness or is concealment, whether emptiness is really emptiness or is fullness hidden, whether the library truly contains nothing or contains everything written invisibly, preserved concealed, protected through blankness in the books that wait, that rest, that fill the shelves in the vaults beneath the vanished kingdom's capital, where blank pages might hold hidden knowledge, where empty empty volumes might preserve concealed wisdom, where the library waits for whoever learns to see, to read, to reveal what the vanished kingdom wrote in invisible inks, in concealed scripts, in the hidden texts that make blank pages full, empty books written, the library that contains nothing or everything in the volumes that wait, that rest, that preserve through blankness, or preserve through concealment in the library filled with blank pages that might be filled with everything, that might hold all knowledge, that might preserve all wisdom invisibly, concealed, hidden in the blank pages that are not blank but are written, in the empty books that are not empty but are full, in the library that is absence or is presence disguised, protected, preserved through invisibility in the vaults where the vanished kingdom's books wait to be read, wait to be revealed, wait to be seen in the pages that are blank, in the volumes that are empty, in the library that contains nothing or contains everything, depending on whether you can see what is hidden, read what is concealed, find what is protected in the blank pages that fill the library, in the empty books that line the shelves, in the vanished kingdom's final protection of knowledge that they hid through making it appear not to exist, through making books seem empty, through creating library of blank pages that might be library of everything written invisibly, preserved, concealed, protected forever in the vaults where books wait blank and full simultaneously, empty and written simultaneously, absent and present simultaneously, in the library filled with blank pages that might be filled with hidden everything, in the kingdom's central square, where all the radiating streets converged, where the geometry of the city found its focal point, there stands a monument. It is said that monuments commemorate the past, that we erect stone markers to remember what has occurred, to honor what has been, to preserve in permanent form the events and people that shaped history, that mattered enough to warrant preservation beyond memory, beyond oral tradition, beyond the fragile human capacity to recall across generations what should not be forgotten. But this monument does not commemorate the past. Records instead the future, is carved not with dates that have occurred, but with dates still to come, with festivals that have not been celebrated, with ceremonies that have not been performed, with gatherings that remain always ahead, always approaching, always written in stone as promises, as appointments, as the calendar of return that the vanished kingdom maintained even as they prepared to vanish, even as they sealed their chambers and wrote their final messages in dust, even as they walked through their doorways and disappeared into absence so complete that only their architecture remains, and this monument, this calendar, this schedule of return that suggests they never intended to leave permanently, never meant to disappear forever, never planned to become the mysterious, vanished kingdom, but intended something else, something temporary, something that the monument marks with its careful dates, its precise notations, its astronomical calculations that indicate when they would return, when they would gather again, when the kingdom would resume. The pillar is tall, perhaps 20 feet, octagonal in cross-section, each face carved with text in the kingdom's script, with numbers in their notation system, with symbols that astronomers recognize as marking planetary positions, lunar phases, stellar configurations that repeat on cycles spanning decades, spanning centuries, spanning the deep time that celestial mechanics operate in. The monument's dates are specific, not vague promises of eventual return, but precise moments, exact days, particular hours when the sun would be at certain angle, when the moon would be in certain phase, when planets would align in configurations that the monument's calculations indicated, that its astronomical notations specified, that its careful carving preserved as the schedule of return, as the calendar that the vanished kingdom expected to be honored, that they planned to keep, that they marked in stone, so that future generations would know when to gather, when to expect them, when to prepare the square for their return. Some dates have passed, came and went, while the square remained empty. The first marked date was in 1347, an autumn day. The monument specified the hour just after dawn. Local priests who preserved knowledge of the ruins gathered in the square on the specified date, gathered at the specified hour, watched the sky show the specified signs, and waited for return. Nothing happened. The dawn came. The astronomical conditions manifested exactly, as the monument had calculated. But no procession appeared. No vanished people materialized. The square remained empty except for the waiting priests who stood until sunset, who maintained vigil through the entire day, who refused to abandon the appointed time, even when the appointed time brought nothing. They came again for the next marked date, 1389, a spring morning, different astronomical alignment, same emptiness, same waiting, same failure of return to manifest. But the vigil continued, continues still. Every marked date draws watchers, draws those who maintain faith with the monument, who refuse to accept that the vanished kingdom is gone permanently, who insist through their patient waiting that the dates mean something, that the astronomical calculations serve some purpose, that the monument would not have been carved with such precision if the precision did not matter. Families have maintained this duty across generations. Speak of it as sacred responsibility, as covenant with the vanished, as promise that someone will be here when return occurs, when, not if. They maintain faith through linguistic discipline, through the choice to speak in certainty rather than possibility, even when possibility seems more honest, seems more aligned with evidence. The next marked date is approaching. 17 years from now, an autumn evening. The monument specifies conditions more complex than previous dates, more precise than earlier appointments, involving not just lunar phase and planetary positions, but also the conjunction of 3 stars, the angle of certain constellation, the precise moment when multiple celestial factors align in pattern that occurs perhaps once in several thousand years. Preparations have begun. Not elaborate. The vigil keepers do not know what form return will take, so they prepare only what all gatherings require: cleared space in the square, willingness to witness, commitment to be present regardless of outcome. Or the date will pass like the others, will bring only more waiting, will add itself to the long list of disappointed appointments, of unfulfilled promises, of moments when the square filled with watchers and emptied with only watchers. But the vigil keepers will return home carrying the commitment to gather again for the next date, to maintain watch for the next appointment, to keep faith with the next promise that the monument makes, stone carves, that the calendar marks in dates, extending far into the future. The monument stands, the calendar counts, and the mystery persists whether the dates mark actual return, whether the kingdom will come back, whether the appointments will ever be kept, or whether the monument is itself the message, whether the vigil is itself the purpose, whether keeping faith is itself what matters regardless of whether return occurs. The vanished kingdom left their calendar, left their promises, left their dates carved in stone that will outlast doubt, that will persist beyond skepticism. And the vigil keepers wait, will continue waiting, will gather on appointed days regardless of whether the appointed days bring what they promise, because the waiting itself is faithfulness. The gathering itself is memorial. The vigil itself is the human half of the covenant that the monument marks, that the dates indicate, that the calendar preserves. The kingdom vanished. The monument remains. And the question persists not whether they will return, but whether return matters as much as the waiting, whether manifestation matters as much as the faith, whether the kingdom coming back matters as much as people continuing to keep appointment with the possibility, continuing to honor the dates, continuing to believe that absence is temporary and return is possible. And the calendar carved in stone is promise rather than merely record, hope rather than merely history, future rather than merely past. The monument stands in the square. The dates extend into years we will not see, and the vigil continues, patient and faithful, in the space where the vanished kingdom promised to return, where they marked the moments of their coming back, where they carved their covenant in stone that will outlast memory, outlast doubt, outlast even faith itself, and will continue standing, continue marking, continue promising in the square where watchers gather, where hope persists, where the mystery waits of whether return will occur, or whether return has already occurred in the ongoing faithful waiting, in the continued honored appointments, in the vigil that makes the vanished kingdom present through absence, real through memory, returned through the faith that refuses to accept that they are gone forever, that insists through gathering on appointed days that somewhere, somehow, they persist, they continue, They wait for the right moment to come back to the square where their monument stands, where their calendar counts, where their dates promise return that has not happened yet, but which remains forever possible, forever promised, forever written in stone in the square where the vigil continues, where faith persists, where the vanished kingdom's return is always approaching, always ahead, always written in the future that the monument marks, that the calendar preserves, that the dates promise in the square where watchers wait, where hope endures, where the mystery persists of the return that never happened, but which remains forever possible, forever promised, forever carved in stone in the monument that stands, that counts, that marks the calendar of return in the square where the vanished kingdom left their final promise, their last appointment, their eternal covenant with the future that they would come back, would gather again, would fulfill the dates carved in stone when time reaches the moments they marked, when the universe aligns as they calculated, when return becomes actual rather than promised, present rather than future, fulfilled rather than waiting in the square where the monument stands, where the calendar counts, where the dates extend into the future, carrying the promise of return, carrying the hope of manifestation, carrying the faith that absence is temporary, and the vanished kingdom will come back when the time is right, when the alignment occurs, when the appointed moment arrives in the square where watchers wait, where vigil continues, where the promise persists that return will happen, that the kingdom will come back, that the dates are real appointments rather than empty hopes, that someday the square will fill not just with watchers, but with the watchedver, not just with vigil keepers, but with the vanished kingdom returning, manifesting, fulfilling at last the promises carved in stone, the dates marked in calendar, the appointments written in the monument that stands in the square where the vigil continues, where faith persists, where hope endures, where the return that never happened remains forever possible, forever promised, forever written in stone that counts the years, that marks the dates, that preserves the calendar of return in the square where the vanished kingdom promised to come back, where they carved their covenant, where they left their final testament that absence is temporary, that return is promised, that someday they will gather again in the square where the monument stands, where the vigil waits, where the calendar counts toward the return that never happened, but which remains forever promised, forever possible, forever written in stone. Soft fade to silence, to the patient stillness of monuments, to the eternal waiting of promises carved in stone, to the gentle darkness where mysteries rest, where questions sleep, where you too can rest now, can sleep now, can let go into the darkness that holds all things gently, that keeps all promises patiently, that waits with the monument, with the vigil, with the faith that tomorrow might bring what today did not bring, that the next date might fulfill what the last date did not fulfill, that return might happen when we stop expecting it, when we simply wait faithfully, when we keep vigil in the square where the monument stands, where the calendar counts, where the vanished kingdom's promise persists in stone, in silence, in the darkness where you go now to rest, to sleep, to dream perhaps of returns, of fulfillments, of the moment when waiting ends and promises are kept, and the vanished kingdom comes back to the square where the monument stands eternal, patient, faithful, marking time, counting dates, preserving the calendar of return in the darkness where all things wait, where all promises rest, where you too can rest now, can sleep, can let the mystery carry you gently into darkness, into peace,